Okay, so we are live again, and welcome everybody. And I'm happy you all are here. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am Rebecca Benningfield, and I'm here right now with Gillian Watson. Gillian. Podcast. And I am Rebecca Benningfield.
Hello.
And I'm here right now with Gillian.
Trying to turn down my tablet.
And I am turn down your volume. I'm here right now with Echo.
Trying to turn down my tablet.
Turn down your volume. There. That's better. That's better.
Sorry.
That's better.
I'm no techno wizard. I'm learning.
Fine. Can you hear me okay? Gillian? Okay. Well, this is something new and different. For those that can hear me, we're waiting on Sam. He's going to be here momentarily. I just talked to him a few minutes ago. So we are off to a great start, so I'd say that. But we already have several people joining us. Looks like I see Dennis. He checked in earlier, Dennis. And let's scroll through here. Today, our first commenter over on YouTube was from Our Skies Today. And I was just watching one of your videos this morning, actually. So I was very impressed. So you should check out his channel for sure, because he gets all kinds of great captures. So hi, Our Skies Today. And let's see, who else we have here? Looks like mainly it's just Dennis and Our Skies Today have checked in over in the comment section. And currently I'm trying to play this podcast, over on TikTok. So I have them interacting over on a different chat, and they are basically seeing whatever my computer screen is showing. So we're going to try that out for today and see how it goes. So let's take a peek here. But thank you all for being here. I'm not sure where Gillian went, but I'm sure she'll pop back in a moment. And like I said, Sam will be with us too here in a few minutes. But we have all kinds of great pictures I've been saving over the past few days now, since the last show, really, where just all the latest things that have been happening from mainly asteroids. I think that's the most, of what I see is pictures, concerning asteroids. We'll just say that. So we have some really good ones of that to share, and some awesome videos from a member over in Switzerland, Tony. So I'm sure you all will know, when you see these videos, you'll recognize who I'm talking about, because they're iconic. I mean, they're beautiful, really beautiful. He gets to live, where it looks like the sound of music, every day. So it's beautiful. And hey, Dawn. We have Dawn from Phoenix with us. And yes, asteroids all over, like so many. It's just, I was out a few nights ago, and it was just the perfect show. I need to finish going through the video and share it with everybody, but it was really something very close. You could just see them perfectly. Their shapes are very defined. Let's see. I think I heard somebody. Okay, we have Gillian is back. Here she is, and here's Sam. Okay. Let's add him on here.
Yep.
Here too.
Okay. Hi, Sam.
Hello, I'm here. I've been sitting here waiting,
Sure. Well, I'm happy we all got together. We had a little bit of a bumpy start to the show this morning, but things seem to be going well right now. So we're off to a good start. And I was explaining to everybody else that I am attempting, I'm still working on being able to add TikTok over into our chat here on StreamYard. So I'm trying to, get that done. There's just a lot of hoops to jump through to make that happen. But right now, I at least have this playing over on TikTok live. They're just seeing whatever my computer screen is showing. So we're going to work on that, and I'll be able to bring their comments over into the show and ask you things that they're asking too. Okay. So that's what we have going on. So how are you all doing? How's your week been, Sam?
Busy. We
Me
were
too.
all covered in ice this morning. We still don't have with the snow we had is melted and gone, but this morning we were below freezing, so everything was covered with mist and fog and ice. So it was kind of crispy wonderland this morning when I got up. It is melting off now. Can't see much of the skies today because it's all laid in with socked in with low mountain clouds. Although it's
Yeah.
not really raining, it is very moist. I've been spending all week watching all the crazy stuff that's going on the other side of the planet. All kinds of catastrophe, huge superstorm events that are, wiping this place out and that place out in Yemen and Dubai and Saudi Arabia and you name it. And there was like a 6.8 earthquake today in the Indonesia area. Didn't exactly look up exactly where, but there was just a large earthquake in
Right. I
Asia,
saw
in the southern.
Philippines.
And I didn't check much today because I was sort of just doing the zoning out on the couch watching YouTube for early Saturday.
Yeah.
So I didn't do any much homework today, but other than that, doing good.
That's all right. Yeah, you mentioned all the things I've heard about too, especially that earthquake. I have a little video clip I'll share here in just a minute of, I just made a little sequence of current events happening. But like you said, every day is something new and different somewhere. It's falling apart, it seems. But I was going to recognize there's a question from over on TikTok from Bravo Star, and we might as well, clear this up right off the bat. They're asking about Nibiru being a red oxidized planet. So you want to address that, Sam? I mean, just so everybody understands.
Well, that is the standard misinformation that's been generated from the internet and from previous quote unquote scientists. It's not a red planet. We have proof of that. We've had thousands and thousands of pictures of Nibiru, and it's a blue water type planet where we know people live on, and people could not live on a red oxidized planet. We know that the oxidized planet, quote unquote, the red planet with the yellow moon is Saturn. We have time proven that because it cross references with our earlier 2008 information, which is previous to a lot of the disinformation that has occurred since 2010, 11, 12. So I would suggest you probably strongly revamp your information and start looking back at the earlier information and avoid some of the new disinfo.
Right. I wonder why. Do you think there's a reason why?
Well, if they were looking through space, if they were actually getting captures of it in around the 2000s, around the turn of the century, most likely they would see a very round reddish blob because we know Nibiru is a brownish orange blob. And I believe a lot of that information is cross-referenced, and then they gather this little tidbit of human information and that tidbit of human information. And before you know it, they compile a rumor. And unfortunately, that's what we've been dealing with for many years, is trying to debunk that rumor alone. Because we know Nibiru is not orange or red. We know it's not dumping iron oxide. We know that the other planets are doing other things, but we know that Nibiru has life forms on it, and we know that it has an ocean or many oceans and many land masses. And so, and that has, of course, been proven through documentation and captures since 2010 on.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that they're just mistaken by saying it's a red planet, like they're saying Nibiru is
Right. Well,
red when it's really ice atom. It's just,
if you go back to Zachariah Sitchin and all of that, I think that's where a part of that comes from.
yeah.
I don't think he got full description. I don't think that the translation of the cuneiform tablets was immediate. I think that took many years. So, you know, a large amount of this information may have been cross-referenced when they're discussing Immeru rather than its Saturn, because Immeru is a very large gas giant, and it
Yeah.
holds the two stars in the two solar systems, and it is massive, massive orange brown. And so, you know, I can't exactly say where all this came from, but we're pretty sure that it's a misdiagnosis of information.
Got it. Sure. Let me ask our viewers over whether it's Facebook or YouTube, let me know how the sound is for Sam. I mean, I'm just wondering if you all are hearing him okay.
Yeah,
Or
if I need to speak up
echo.
louder, let me know.
Yeah.
It's not that, it's the lagging that's quite annoying. It seems to lag
Am
as
I
well.
lagging?
Just marginally. I'm just also busy with watching on my other phone, you can actually see the Dubai rainstorm.
Yeah.
It's saying there was a heavy rain and a windstorm in Dubai. It looks absolutely
right. They flooded
unbelievable.
They flooded really bad, and then it wasn't so much to the extent that Saudi Arabia suffered last or a couple of days prior, but the Dubai event was another high wind storm, and not near as bad as Saudi, of course, but there was also
How bad were the winds?
Yeah, and they had a bunch of rain that of course didn't dissipate as quickly as they probably hoped, and they had a minor amount of flooding in comparison. There was much greater flooding in Saudi Arabia than Dubai, but it was pretty nasty. It's a nasty storm, and giving an effect and flooding that they don't normally have in the desert.
It's crazy. It's just all over the place, isn't it?
Yeah, well, worldwide weather is drastically changing. I was watching the farm report at about 5 o'clock this morning, and I watch it pretty regularly so that I can stay on top of information. They're talking about the Brazilian corn and soybean crop that they're anticipating for next year, and they're of course talking about the loss in prices in corn. We are under the standard assumption with the corn world or commodity world prices that next year is going to be normal. And unfortunately, that is not really reflecting the price aspect of fluctuation up and down. And it's not also including the fact that we are not producing anywhere near our normal. And with the changes that are about to take place in South America alone, I can promise you that we're going to see a drastic change in our standard commodity, soybean, corn market, wheat market, et cetera, throughout the whole planet is going to suffer a drastic climate change issue that the standard market in general people are not taking into account, and it has to be taken into account because we're in trouble.
Yeah. You mean, well, yeah, because it's just going to continue to just compile up and more.
Right,
and more
they're going to have smaller crops than they anticipate, and yet they're still acting like everything's going to go on as normal, you know, and they're dealing with control models from normal years in the past history, and they're not taking into account the extreme change that we've seen even last year or we're about to see this year, including the temperature variation that is way too warm and way too non-normal. And they were talking about 100-degree temperatures, and in actuality, they were talking about up to 130-degree temperatures, depending on location and arid region and moisture ratio and all of that in each of these landmass areas where these crops are about to be grown. The soybean market and the corn market from South America and Brazil in particular is vastly important to the planetary supply, and that is going to be affected this year for sure.
Right.
Hello,
There's
Lana.
definitely been a lot of bad rain and stuff all over the place, so a lot of crops are going to be affected all over in lots of countries.
Right, and we're going to see, we are seeing drastic climate change effects right now, even though there's a great deal of people refusing to believe it.
Here's some of those videos I I'll pull those up. This was the Philippines just a few hours ago, right, Sam?
Yeah, I
This was-
believe so. I did. I saw it on a brief news thing, and I read it really fast, but I didn't take location or time.
Yeah, I can actually see another one where there are people standing at that gap in Africa, like that split in Africa is also getting bigger.
Well, that's a normal part of the African continent split that's been occurring for well over a decade now.
It's definitely looking bigger because I had my eye on that when I was still in South Africa. And that is looking bigger.
Well, there's been an escarpment in a break where one area drops compared to the other, or one area rises, which is what they call an escarpment. That has been ongoing for for most of my lifetime. I've known about the crack and how that the eastern side of southern Africa and Madagascar region has been moving, and that's a tectonic plate change. So it's been going on
this
for
Philippines
decades.
thing looks like hectic.
Yeah, our central troposphere weather is exhibiting the real severe influences from the alignment, facial refractive alignment of where Earth is versus our winter and summer orbit, and how the sun refraction angle on the face of Earth has drastically changed, which is why we're all still very, very warm right now even in the northern hemisphere. And what's going on down in Australia, New Zealand, is all reflective of that as well, because they've already got excessive heat warnings and warnings. Excuse me, dry throat. Going on in Australia, I believe, because of the angle of the sun on the face of Earth. And I've even noticed that our sun pattern at like 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon was way to the southwest, and I was going, holy cow, we're not in winter orbit yet, but the sun is exhibiting placement of midwinter orbit, which is not now. So
What about Iceland? What's going on with? What do you think?
well, of course,
happened
Iceland is
there?
reacting to its normal geological separation between the American tectonic plate and the the Northern European tectonic plate, and that, of course, has to do with normal tectonic movement and added movement by the close passing planets, which has added additional ramifications to it.
Yeah, I was there last year and stood on that bridge, but I didn't realize that we'd be sitting talking about it this year, obviously, because it's quite a thing, thinking that some poor whole little city has been evacuated because potentially it could just go.
Well, that's
at
part
any
of. I mean,
time.
that the whole island is actually a volcanic burst out from that separated fracturing of the American tectonic plate and the European tectonic plate, and there was a breach, or what you would call it's a fracturing of the plates between, and that allowed the lava to flow through and break out and create the actual continent of Iceland. And it's been through, the last 10,000 years, forming larger and larger and larger over time because of, the transitioning, one plate moving one direction versus the other one. So, there is this fracturing or fissuring that is allowing the lava dome to seep up through this fracturing.
So the island can kind of grow.
Yeah, it's moving and cracking, and every time it heals itself, it moves a little bit more, and then it creates new fissure. That's the word I was looking for. Fissure line crack, and then they end up with a fissure volcano scenario where it's multiple little small volcanoes in a straight line that form and create, and then you have a fast growing island. There's even a new island off the coast of Japan right now doing the same thing from tectonic plate fissuring.
Yeah, it's a pretty active planet we live on, isn't it? It's amazing.
Well, it always was. I mean, we fail to remember that, geography changes about every 75 years. And what we used to live in is not going to be there or the same in 80 years, and everything's constantly changing. And we're also going to the higher levels of the end of this ice age, which is, been in the last 25,000 years. So we're in constant change, and Earth is supposed to get warmer anyway, because the normal natural overall temperature of Earth, not in an ice age, which we're coming out of, is like 93 degrees from pole to pole, and we're like a tropical planet without ice caps. But within human history, we've always known to have ice ages. So
there's a
It's
picture.
pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing.
I noticed the first guys today brought up a couple of messages upward. He was talking about the high noon thing. And this is, of course, where I'll always remind people, if you have doubts about the second star, if you don't think there's a second star here, first of all, that is part of our climate change. Second of all, we've documented that as of 2011, the sun started rising in the northeast. And of course, now we're seeing that same arced weird solar pattern, which is what he mentioned. No sun at high noon directly above us since probably about 2010. And this has, of course, been documented. And the reason that is because when the second star came up from below us and then it became extra horizontal in the northern hemisphere where we can actually see it, that's where we started seeing the sunrise in the northeast, because it came up in the northeast. But our regular easterly star was actually over illuminated, so we couldn't hardly even see it. And then they crossed path and joined, and we saw that representation in the back below CMEs of 2012, which I recommend people looking up, solar activity back below CMEs 2012, and you'll probably come up with a whole bunch of information on that. And that is more direct proof of what we are saying is occurring, and also a greater example of why climatology models and everything aren't meeting what they were comparing it to, which was the CO2 levels within our atmosphere, etc. And then they wonder why their equations aren't matching out. Well, because there's a factor going on with the second star, which is actually heating up the entire solar system. All the planets are heating up, and that's been documented by NASA and published. So you have to take into account all of the parameters, and this is why their models and their math work is not working.
Well, that's pretty cool. What's that one, Rebecca? Where is that from?
I don't remember where it was from. I'd have to look back on Facebook and see. But yeah, this was just a few days ago.
Yeah, that's very odd. Obviously, there is a dark body, and you can see it in both pictures, right and left. There is a dark body behind this cloud. It's in the middle, and it's reaching toward the dark body and coming off of the dark body. So I would probably tell you that this is an effect of one of the little sisters or something off the side of lead asteroid. Or there might even be more than one body there, and that might be the drift cloud between the two of them. We've also seen evidence of the big three coming across in a closer cameo in a few shots. I haven't seen a lot of it, but other people have actually what they thought was the big three. And I took their tag and I said, well, maybe you're right. So, it's not fact, but it's entirely possible we are going to see a cameo of the big three.
Wow. Okay. And they're pretty big.
Interesting. Maybe that will explain what we were seeing, that purple thing, eh?
I was going to say, let's look at that a minute.
Yeah.
Should be in that folder. I just put it. Let me look on your folder. Hang on. Because Gillian shared this with me today. That.
Tell me what that was. It was just there like blink, blink. It was.
What is that?
Well, the doubling in the background is bigger than the central object. So that's probably one or two other objects back there, or it could even be our moon from the facial that I'm seeing.
It was really low.
This could be the blue asteroid. It doesn't look like the green asteroid. It could be the spiral asteroid at night. That actually has a very similar facial pattern to this, although we do not see any spiral activity behind it. Therefore, it does have a central circular blip to it, so I'd be more inclined to say blue asteroid, even though it's purple.
Okay. Where's the other one? I gotta find the other one now.
Yeah, it was just purple. It was so surprising. I thought, oh my word.
Well, there's also other bodies out there that we haven't tagged that are getting bigger. So, we also have to be ready for new visitors that we haven't originally cataloged, because of course they're far closer and far bigger, and which is when we start cataloging them.
Yeah, that thing was about, it was like an hour or more after sunset. So it was probably 5 or 6 o'clock. So it was really low on the horizon as well. But
right, and we have to take that into account, is the height off of the horizon.
Yeah, you can see it was really low because you can see still ground-based things as well in the picture. So
all right, let's see.
And I see freezy.
About what time was this? What time and direction was this, Gillian?
That was sunset direction, and it was about more than an hour and a half after sunset. That was there.
Wow. And how often were you snapping a picture? Like every few seconds, or?
Yeah, because it was just the one. It was just like you could feel something was there. There was like something blocking, because there was also like a glow, but the glow was more over to the right.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Look at that, because it feels like there's more there. Look at that. It's something else there as well. Look.
You mean behind it?
Yeah, look, and up to the left.
Right. Yeah, I lightened it. You sent me that, copy, and I lightened it up and zoomed in a little bit on it, and this is what I got. So
pretty wild.
Let me see. I'm having a little bit of trouble accessing pictures, so.
Oh, hey, got to keep it fun,
I know. I know.
Can't be
of course,
too easy.
When you're live, things happen.
Challenges. It's when you learn things, isn't it? When you're getting challenged like that.
I mean it. Okay, but I know everybody here is our friend and they're patient, so.
And we cannot tag everything correctly. There is a level of speculation, but we go through and hold back that information until we have enough documented examples that we can actually say, okay, this is this is that. And a lot of times I try not to guess.
So this was the other example. This is, at first I saw this one a few days ago and I didn't know what to think of it. Here's a closer up. And then Gillian, caught hers and I'm like, there's two reddish purple captures. I'm not sure about this one. What do you think it is, Sam?
Well, if you go back to that other picture, do you see the picture on the right? We are elevated up to about the 3rd or 4th floor.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible someone captured this through glass.
Okay, I see.
And the object in the right-hand side of the moon is definitely showing something, and that would probably be the long box cube, but there's no way to prove that unless we have more pictures. But I'm starting to believe that we're looking at, now you see this little small purple dot with a secondary tiny dot next to it. That's probably a moon double on the glass. And then the elongated other on the left-hand side here is probably a refraction off of the double. If they have like 2 panes of glass at higher elevations and they gas filled and everything else, you'll get some sort of ghost doubling, and I think this is probably what this is. And this is why we always tell people not to take captures through glass, because we can't use it, we can't certify it, we can't account for what we're seeing. It doesn't fall into any pattern we've ever seen before. This doesn't match the Texas cube, which would be on that side. It doesn't match the side orb. I can't attribute this to anything, because we have to discount the fact that it's on the 3rd or 4th story of a building, which proves most likely it is filmed through glass.
That's helpful, just thinking and remembering that, because I didn't think. I mean, I did tell the person that shared it. It wasn't her photo. It was somebody else's. But
Right. And
I
this
told
is
her I
also
was suspicious of it being a
right.
glare.
Well, this is
So,
also why we ask people to share their own captures and not hunt and pick off the internet, because
right.
then they don't have any of the background information to back up. Well, if my friend took it and he said or she said this, well, then we've got some information. But if you're pulling a random picture off of something and you go, oh, this looks cool, well, then there's not much we can do about it.
I know. I know you're right. That's true. This
Some
one was
stuff we
from
have to discount.
Robert in New Zealand.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Yeah, that one was really.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm thinking red asteroid on this one.
Yeah,
Yeah, the shape,
that's pretty
location,
cool.
size.
Yeah, I don't know. It just really stood out. It looks almost, I don't know, kind of like an eye at times. It just stands out huge. I can't help it, Sam.
No, that's okay. I don't easily jump to pareidolia as
I
easily as
know,
you
I
do.
know.
So
I don't either.
I just
Well,
kind of
I've had
joke
to
about it.
retrain my brain. I
We're
used to
trying
be
not to. We try not to, but we can't help it.
Yeah, well, we know that there isn't a big ET standing next to planet Earth. I saw one the other day where somebody did a Photoshop where they opened up this straight line next to this cattle field, and out pops this giant alien gray hand, reaches over and grabs a cow and then pulls it in behind the curtain, and then the curtain of the sky closes back up. And I saw that and I thought, why did you take the time? It's a cool video, but why did you take the time to Photoshop all of that just to scare people? Because that's all it is. Yeah. Now this one, you have a question is we have a doubling.
Yeah.
Size wise, they're very similar, but we know that the bottom one matches what we have documented as the blue asteroid repeatedly. So
Yeah.
don't know about the other one behind. The other one behind could be our regular moon.
Our moon.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
regular moon, about right
Uh-huh.
size, distance, depending on where
So,
this was taken.
so
Yeah.
this lower one you say is the blue asteroid. It's
Yeah,
like
it's got the facial representation of the blue asteroid, which we've documented for over 8 years.
yeah. Well, I remember taking one of my first pictures of the blue asteroid. It was in the middle of the night or something, and that's when you said to me it was a blue asteroid. But
Right. It
I
has
was
many
fascinated.
colors. We see it sometimes in many different colors, but we
Yeah.
identified it as the blue asteroid coming off many, many years ago when we first started seeing the incoming object cluster group, or OCG, in case people don't know that. And we called it an object cluster group because we didn't know if it was asteroids. We didn't know if it was this, that, or the other thing. So we just started calling them objects until later on. Then over time they were deemed to be asteroids, etc.
Right.
Yeah, this is sometimes known as the reaching hand, and we've got
Yeah.
numerous captures over the last 8 years where there's that little thumb and the fingers and the knuckles and everything with a bent wrist, and we've seen it where numerous times has looked like a hand or an arm reaching down, but in actuality that is the spiral asteroid.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
spiral asteroid.
Yeah. I've seen it. I mean, well, is this the same as, I think it's arm of God, hand of God?
That's the one, and
Uh-huh.
it's had repeated, and of course everybody goes, oh, and then they go crazy about it, and then it gets zoomed around, and then the people who don't really follow the real science, they speculate and create fear mongering, and disinformation has wings and flies around the world many times before the truth will crawl out across the stage. So we have to take that into account. The fear factor stuff goes far faster than anything else, and
Yeah.
we need to stick to real science, proven science. You can't just guess. You can't make speculation that's going to scare people, and because there's a lot of people out there that do get scared, and oh my God, I have no control over this, and that adds to their stress level and or them walking away from the topic altogether in some cases. And that's an easy one. That's necessity.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty? You know
Well,
that is,
asteroid
right?
Beautiful.
one round, and we've got drawings of
Tony.
that going back a decade.
That's his daily view, Tony in Switzerland.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw it
he's got the most
yesterday
amazing
where
colors.
Nepenthe was in a different, unusual place. Usually,
Yeah.
for the last month, it's been slightly south to southeast in my view, and then yesterday it was literally due north. And then I watched the finger clouds, the side uh, spaced clouds come into view, and it was really cool looking, but it was very huge, and it was, I want to run over and bang on my neighbor's door and go, see, that's what I was telling you about, but I choose not to do that because I'm already crazy enough as it is.
Yeah. Our skies today is saying that he captured this very looking scenario recently. I was saying earlier on his YouTube channel, he has some really awesome videos, very colorful.
And this, of course, is the open
So,
core base cloud of planet Nepenthe,
yeah.
which
And
we go back well over 10 years documenting.
Sherry is wondering, she says, I would like to know if we are really seeing Tiamat or is it hearsay? Like, is it out there?
Yeah, well, Tiamat, according to the designated science point of view, which is supposition and not fact, because nobody has been around long enough to even know this information, but it is hypothesized by NASA in the early science days that a planet, a very large water type sized planet named Tiamat, broke apart, and that Earth is part of that. And the rest of that is the Kuiper belt beyond Mars. That's the breakup of all of that planetary body and may have been responsible for the burn off of the upper atmosphere of Mars. So Tiamat is not even a viable topic unless you want to talk about generalities of the planet and our solar system over the last 6 billion years.
It sounds like it's just really overrated.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
whole
well,
idea.
Tiamat in lore and history and gaming world and all of that is a multi-headed dragon. So, and it has so many like 8, 7, 8, or 9 heads. It's sort of like I can't even think of the Greek cross reference. I'm sure it'll come to me later, but it's a legend. So, it's a summation, supposition. And here we have a square-faced front asteroid coming in. It could be the Texas cube, but I would sooner probably tag it as red asteroid with little sister in front, followed by the upper asteroids next to Attu and Attu's moon.
Wow. You see quite a bit there.
Well, we know what it looks like generally. We see it all the time.
Yeah.
And when you pattern watch, it just automatically talks to you. You go, okay.
So how much of this is Nepenthe?
Probably to behind and to the right, which is probably where you get some of that green.
Yeah.
But we know that the dance currently between Attu and Nepenthe is ever changing, especially now that Attu is going above us, and now Nepenthe is moving into the northern out view of the early morning to early afternoon sky. And so the planets are changing position all the time, and the dance hasn't changed that much, but it does, depending on where you are on the planet, it changes your outlook.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised to see that little purple blip thing late at night. It was because the first thing I ever seen was like Attu and Nepenthe doing the dance when I stayed down in South Africa, and purple. And now these objects are like extra objects are more purple things.
Oh, that's refractive color. You can't take the color of an object as a first prerequisite, as at the tail end. It's always the last thing you take into account as color.
Hasn't it got to do with the chemicals the thing's made up of as well?
Well, the planet color and everything, yeah, but refractive light has a great deal to do with it. If you have a very, very large body that's purple and the sun is shining on it, even though it's after, because it's above us, and the sun is shining on it, refracting off of it, it's like our moonlight. Our moon is illuminated from the refractive light that comes off of Earth, and that's why we can see it. Otherwise, we'd always see the dark side. And it's close enough to Earth that Earth's refractive light turns our moon white, and because that's the shine, and of course the moon is lighter in color, And so, like this object we were talking about earlier, that is purple, could be direct refractive light from an A2, which is probably on the left-hand side above us.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that would be,
We always say
yeah,
colors
because
fast.
that's yeah, I'm just thinking about how the light would have fallen on the object. Yeah.
Right. And if our sun is already down below the horizon, that means we've turned away from direct light, but yet we can see refractive colors because the bodies are above us and are also still putting off a refractive light color into space.
A lot of space, a lot of
All
light.
right.
Oh, look at that.
Yep, bunch of debris coming in all week. I saw a lot of it. I saw a couple where there was a very elongated group of asteroids that were coming in, and I think they were filmed, I believe in Japan. I could be wrong, could be Indonesia. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming in, and we're also in the Leonid.
Yeah, I was going to say they're saying it's the Leonids now, eh?
Right, and that's a short duration comet group from an asteroid debris field in the Leo quadrant of our immediate area, and NASA lists it as we're passing through their asteroid
Tuttle
belt.
something or other, yeah, Tuttle something.
So yeah, we're in the Leonid.
Look at that.
And there, of course, is that's the asteroid debris under planet Uri. We've seen this same pattern time after time after time.
Yes.
And it's showing you this large group of stuff that's out there, and it's illuminating, and it's showing color, and it's there repeatedly. And this is, of course, why if you look on this November 15th, 2023 drawing, you see that little rainbow effect from the lead object to the tan asteroid all the way to the skull. And that is the underlining group of asteroids that is at the base of Uri, and some of them are just below A2 as well. But they're all pretty much of the same group of area, and this is why I draw in the rainbow hewing to show that they are crossing visibly in front of the sun, and that is the effect right there. I saw some really awesome stuff yesterday too. The rainbow hewing right by the sun.
Wow. It just like brings it to life when you see it here, where, like you just said, that their lower left area of the sun where all those little circles are, those are the asteroids, and it's rainbow. And then that's why the other night I was out taking video, and I say this often, but so many times it's like your drawings just come to life. It's that vivid and accurate. So pretty neat. Let's see. I was going to pull up some comparisons.
That's the idea.
Too.
Well, that's why we draw it the way we draw it. Yes, there have been more Mammatus cloud shots that did come in. I saw some from the southeast, like South Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee area the other day, where they were literally over the head. This one's, of course, a little more side. And then, of course, we've seen some really awesome captures of Saturn's yellow moon, and this bubbling on the left-hand side could easily be Saturn's yellow moon in a Mammatus cloud scenario, and because we don't really know how the base cloud of Saturn coming into close pass really interacts. We've seen some evidence of that recently in the last month or two, but it's all different. It's all really cool, and it's all flame-like and very, very unusual and very, very dramatic weather patterns. So, keep our eye up. And now the right-hand side picture is, of course, we know is A2 and A2's moon from repeated sightings over the years, without question.
Right. So Mammatus clouds, I used to think they were just specific for A2's moon, but it's not the case. It's can be for all of them?
For any of the gas giants, for instance, Uri does something similar. Well, we know that A2 and A2's moon do a lot more drastic of it, but it's entirely possible that because of the bubbly effect or flame-like microclouds of Saturn's yellow moon, we could be seeing that as well. And if we look in the left-hand picture, the light is coming from the left-hand side. So therefore, that has to be a body that is on the right. And if it is right of the sun, it is most likely Saturn's yellow moon. And
I can't wait to see that. We haven't seen that for a while.
Well, I have. One time I was out been a while back, over a year ago, but it was like that. It was Mammatus clouds in all directions. Even Ice Atom was covered
And
in
they're so
them.
huge compared to anything what used to be normal. Now, usually in generic terms, weather-wise, with Mammatus clouds, you should be expecting hail, and
Oh,
that
right.
shows you the cold. And anybody from cold space is going to come in and create these really bubbly, spooky skies. And it's a pattern. And if I saw that, I would immediately go and get out some sleeping bags and put them across my car windows. So I got some kind of padding or some blankets or cardboard or anything over the top of the windshield, because if you see that, it's very likely you're going to get massive hail.
Wow.
That one. I
That one.
believe that to be the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon, just coming into our view. As you can see, the light is on the lower left.
Okay.
Wow,
And
look at that thing.
we've seen, the drawings going back years where there was that brief little weird reddish ion tail, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then once it gets closer to our atmosphere, that ion tail drags across from one end of the sky to the other. So this is
So,
probably just out in space on the way in.
are you saying this is the ion tail,
Well, no,
or
this is like the push cloud. This is like, they call it a punch cloud. But this is showing you that there's a body in there with an illuminated drag-off ion tail, and it's
okay?
just punching into our upper atmosphere. And I think it's an early onset of Nibiru and Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow. Okay, so the hole itself is the punch hole, and then the squiggly thing is
The ion tail. And then the
tail.
rest of that cloudy surface, most of it, literally 3/4 from the left-hand corner all the way to the right-hand corner, is probably a Saturn, and behind that would be Nibiru and her cloud base. And you can see the micro clouding. They're small clouds. Those aren't big, huge, normal cloud banks. These are small other ones around another atmosphere, not inside our atmosphere, but above it.
Thing. Yeah, I have seen that texture though for Ice Atom. You know what we're looking at
So
here.
where was this one seen? Where was this one seen?
I can't tell you.
We got it in
Gillian.
yesterday, I believe, but I
I
don't
know.
recall the location of
I'd have to
capture.
look back on Facebook and check my saved pictures.
Interesting.
And that's why, a lot of times we wish, the person that was going to be submitting it, they would, like tag it and, say where it was facing what direction.
Right.
That would be, in the bottom.
Yeah.
Great. And it would make our job
I'd
easier.
love to see that. That's very cool.
Okay. But if you go back one, that weird blob, red asteroid with little sister.
Little sister.
Look at that underneath, yeah. Her little bestie.
Yep, we've sighted a smaller roundish body right next to the red asteroid for about 4 years.
Yeah. Wow. I'd love to see that. Those rainbow effects.
Yeah, we seem to see a lot of rainbow effect. I mean, when I used to go to the allotment, if you would just look up, it would look like somebody threw petrol up in the sky, and it would just glow all the way around.
Wow.
Yeah, as of this week, I've seen clouds I've never ever seen in my entire life, and there's been that negative cloud we talked about on previous shows, and that was directly from the Saturn's yellow moon shadowing as well. But there's some stuff we've never seen before, which is like really cool, because we're now stepping into a new level of science, and it's not the same old shit that we see every week. And okay, that's this, and it's just kind of intriguing to see these new things. This, of course, is a vertically traveling asteroid, most likely lead asteroid, and a couple of smaller ones behind it. But we know that sometimes they're semi-angular horizontal, coming in from the left usually, and then they go, as the planets change and transition, sometimes the asteroids orbit underneath them and go directly vertically underneath and away from us. And then on other occasions, they're coming in from the right. And of course, it's always literally on the left-hand side of the sun, because that's where all the asteroid and the planets that are having the orbiting asteroids underneath them on a regular basis all are currently, with the exception of the ion tail from a Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon. However, last week we did have a sighting of a very large object that did not fit the pattern whatsoever, and I'm still working on that in my head, trying to figure out what the heck that was.
Right.
It was big.
Oh, really?
It was really big, and I watched it for about an hour, and it was just so odd. And it literally, look like what we were looking at just a second ago. But
Uh,
and it could have been, the vertical slight right hand side rotation of Atu directly above me, and I didn't key that in. But it was so unusual that I did spend an hour watching it.
so what would you say is the planet that's behind the asteroids here? Is that
Well, from point of
Yuri?
view, it's no, you're Atu's moon, because the
Uh-huh.
lead asteroid, even no matter how far away it is from Atu and Atu's moon, it is directly orbit related with Atu and Atu's moon. And then,
Okay,
of course, the
okay.
red asteroid is behind it, and the spiral asteroid is behind it. And the big three are closer up and in between, sometimes almost in between on the backside of Atu and Yuri, whereas the skull asteroid is on the far backside of Atu and Yuri, but on the left-hand side. So it's really hard to actually establish where exactly these are, but they've been generically in the same orbit pattern since the time we started documenting them, and they became large enough
Yeah.
to actually identify different pieces, because they were a big blob full of nothing but round asteroids in the early years, and they were so close together we didn't know what we were looking at. But we found out over time that they're actually very spread apart. Once they got closer and closer and larger, we could see there's a great deal of distance between them.
I was going to see if this was accurate. This is something I put together a couple of days ago from a fawn over in Maldives.
Boy. Yeah, that would. I think where you have lead object marked, I think I would attribute Atu's moon.
Okay. I almost went there.
Remember, Atu's moon is getting
It's
smaller.
little.
Right.
I keep going back to see it's so much smaller. Okay.
And of
Well,
course,
I will
we're
correct
dealing
that.
with size changes due to approach. And that's where
Yeah.
some people's pictures of Atu's moon will be massive, and other people it'll be small. But
Yeah. I
we're
know.
looking at the sunlight on the clouds in front of us, and so we know the sun has to be behind us. And we also know that Atu and Atu's moon are going beyond into the western sky at sunrise or during the early part of the day, and that would account for what we're looking at. And as it creeps farther and farther away from us on that pass, and then it comes back around toward the end of the day, that would possibly be Atu's moon.
Okay.
Depending
Okay.
on where
Good to
this was
know.
taken.
So lead object
I
is
believe
Atu's
Atan took this,
moon,
right?
and where it says Atu's moon is Atu.
Right. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would attribute that sooner than lead object.
Okay. I'll
because we
fix
see
that.
no path. We see no lead path from this circular object.
One of the viewers over on TikTok is asking, when is this supposed to pass? So what I say often
I was
is
thinking about that earlier today.
Yeah, when is it supposed to pass, Sam? Do you know?
I don't know. It could be 10 years. It could be 100.
It could be.
Wouldn't that be spooky?
We don't know. Yeah,
if
it would
we
be
had 100 years of this, oh man, I'd be very old before we ever finish this story.
I wonder if it's going to happen in our lifetime or not.
Well, I'm thinking we've talked about anywhere from a 14 to 20 year cycle or something like that. It's really hard to call. We know that solar activity has changed, and there was a period where the two stars together weren't doing much other than the larger star pulling all the facial yellow solar activity back to it, which is a larger sun because it was close, and it was dragging off so much of its coronal mass ejection issues that our sun went into this sort of weird non-cyclic behavior pattern that blew everybody away, and they didn't know what they were doing wrong. And that's because none of them took into account a second star behind it, which is odd to me because I thought everybody could have seen this. But so we've seen the activity start back up. So that has led us to believe that we've possibly gone into the second half of the cycle. So we were talking anywhere from 7 years or so until this is all changed. But I don't have that full information. That is a supposition and an assumption, trying to use my best guess for science. And like I've said 1,000 times, I do not like guessing. Yeah, here's another example of smaller Atu's moon. And boy, you can't argue with that one.
No, it's so well defined. I mean, the curve is just
I went
perfect.
outside when I drove yesterday, and I was looking at the side of the Attu's moon, and it was just absolutely there. And I don't know how the hell everybody is missing this, but that was a frickin' planet standing there with its moon, and oh my God, and it's filling up 3/4 of the sky. How can you not see that? But then that's me, and I can't call for everybody else.
They don't even know to think about it being a planet, or is it? You know, it's just
look
so
at those
far.
cool, really weird clouds. Yeah,
Look at those weird clouds. Yeah, I know.
It's got a definite edge and a big, huge ass moon with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one on the left. Just look at the shape. I mean,
right.
So
there's a repeated pattern of clouds that we see over and over and over again. And we see the little dark shape. That lead asteroid and the red asteroid, and then you look over part of the left, and it's slightly illuminated underneath the bottom, and we know that's the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group behind Attu and Attu's moon.
Look at that.
Yeah, I know.
On the right, this is
There's
interesting.
There's a lot going on, both of them.
Yeah, we've just seen the pattern, and you keep looking, and it keeps matching. And then you can go, oh, this is there, that's there, that's there. Well, there it is again, time after time after time.
So how is this affecting our moon? One of our listeners on TikTok is asking, is this why our moon was absent this past week?
I couldn't answer that unless I had previously looked up what's supposed to be the normal lunar cycle, and I have not looked it up in some time.
Yeah, that might be a good question for Jesus.
Because we have weeks where there's no moon, and it could have been just the normal no moon cycle, which is where the sunlight is not shining on our moon. That's or the sunlight refracting off of Earth that illuminates our moon. From our point of view, there is like a week that's called no moon. And if you go back to the old ways, back to the 80s or the 70s, and look up the normal moon cycles, which we haven't seen of in probably a decade. So I can't call why the moon is gone, because it's very likely and very possible it was a no moon cycle. Because didn't we just go through the full moon?
I do not know.
Yeah, I've stopped paying generally attention to the moon as much as I used to.
Right.
There are little areas of study that I drop off from time to time unless I'm reminded to go back to.
So this was one that is like the small Attu's moon. Wouldn't you say this is an example?
I would say no. I would say you've got lead asteroid where Attu's moon is, and if you look at the purple, orangey, reddish brown. I hate to correct you, I really do.
I know, no, it's fine. Go ahead. I mean, so I'm getting a confusion of the lead asteroid and Attu's moon.
Yeah, and its size, and it messes with your head. But we know that lead asteroid is usually on the right hand side of Attu and Attu's moon. And if you look at the red left picture on the red and the top picture in the left, that reddish area with the white illumination underneath it is very much like Attu's moon.
Yeah.
And it will go much larger. And then, of course, the dark object to the left is Attu.
Okay. Yep. That helps. Well, that's a second one I'll correct. So anyway.
I'm sorry. I hate, I always hate correcting you. I do.
I would rather you tell me than not tell me. Right. Live on everyone can hear and see, but that's
just live.
Really.
Rebecca makes an error.
I know.
I do it all the time. I mean, I've gone back through some of our shows recently, and I just, it's like get out that, foam bat and then smack yourself in the head a few times with the foam thing, the kid toy. Dunk, 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 idiot, because I make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, and I apologize for correcting you.
No, it's okay. And honestly,
there's automatic, so many times,
Right. It's what's even worse is after I've made it into a video, and I can't really go back.
No, I got to go back and correct that.
I can't because I've already shared it. So it's even worse when it's like that. So
I may add a philosophical note here. That too has shaped how and why I say what I say after 13 years now, because I too have had to go in the early years. I don't know how many corrections I had to go back and correct, and then admit openly, like, I was wrong, guys. I'm sorry, I screwed up. And
Yes.
and over the years, after you do that 4 or 5 times, it's, necessity is the mother of invention. And then you end up learning in ways that, and only by making mistakes are we going to learn forward. So think of it as a
That's
great learning tool.
I do. I really do. I mean, that's how, because over the past few years, I mean, that's how I did learn, because I would share something and either you would correct it or you would approve it,
Yeah.
one or the other. And that was, over time, I would remember what things
I
were.
remember, I don't know how many times, sweating bullets, all of a sudden realizing I screwed up. Oh shit, and then I got to go back. How many places did I post this? And oh God, I got to
Yeah.
delete that post, and I got to delete that post. And where else did I send it? And then I got to print a correction in case somebody did read it. And that has partially formed my involuntary wish not to make comments too quickly. And it'll lead you through the process of discovery. Like, okay, what do we know is there before I say this? Does it meet this criteria, this criteria, this criteria, et cetera, prior to going, oh, that's this. And sometimes I still will throw it out too soon and say something stupid. And I do it all the time. And
Yeah.
I hope our major troll is enjoying that admission.
Well, it's just part of
We're
being
human.
I know. I was going to say, we're not perfect. So it happens. And some of these things look like other things. It's,
But they're
it's
really
not like,
similar, some of the stuff, man. Some of
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
really
Oh, yeah.
similar.
And you're dealing with somebody else's picture, and we're dealing with, it's not an exact science, but it is a science that we have definitely taken over a decade proving, and it works. We know it works. That's why there's other members around the world doing this and joining us. But there is mistakes, and that, it's, if we were NASA funded, then I would expect better results. But being we're not NASA funded with a multi-billion-dollar budget every year, I guess for free, this ain't so bad.
Right. Right. This is pretty good, really, considering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just average people sitting around putting all this together. So
I'm looking at
I
this
think we're doing
left-hand picture.
good.
Do you remember back in 2013, 14, when we first started seeing this pattern in the upper left picture?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I
do.
pulled one out, and I've got a 2014 picture that matches that exactly, in the same
Okay.
size, the same pattern, the same everything, except the color's different. And that it was much deeper blue at that time, because that's when Atu was just first coming in, was 2014, 2015, where she got large enough that we knew that she had a moon. And of course, you can see the moon is leaving that skidded wake pattern in the upper right hand corner. But we know that lead asteroid is definitely pointing farther down than the drawing below it. But that in basic is exactly what we're looking at. And then, of course, with the right-hand picture, that's that same thing again that we've been seeing all week long, is that same pattern where Atu and Atu's moon is doing the smaller moon than it has been for many, many months. And I kind of miss it, but yet at the same time, thank God, because we're not having major volcanoes or earthquakes because of it, because we know that
Right.
when Atu's moon is directly above us, there are increased volcano activity, there's increased earthquake activity, including the smaller earthquakes, And then again, we still to this day do not believe for 5 minutes what the USGS is telling us, because we've looked at their listings for the seismic downgrading, that they all, okay, we think it's a 5.3 or we think it's a 5.0. But then we went back to the seismic charts, and those of us who have been watching seismic charts long enough to sort of understand that, we know when we're looking at a 6.0 on the seismic chart, we're looking at a 6.0, and we're looking at a 4.0, and we know what that looks like. And so those two have not jived in numerous years, and we believe, because of that situation of repeatedly seeing this, that we're not getting the direct actual size of the earthquakes from the USGS anymore. We believe they've downgraded them by at least 2 points, because we've also seen examples where the computer tells us that the earthquake was a -2. Excuse me.
Minus.
How do you get a -2 unless you've altered the actual scale in depiction? Which the computer is not lying to us. It's telling us it's been downgraded by 2 points. So therefore, that slightly over a 0 earthquake, which there are some earthquakes that are listed just barely above a 0. And so, it's entirely just the computer telling us it's a -2 because somebody turned the meter -2. And we've seen, dozens, hundreds of that on. If you go to the USGS and you include all size seismic, it's a little rougher on. You can't do it on your phone. You can do it on a computer, but it actually just eats up your feed. So you have to, shut everything else down to see all of this information because it actually fills up the whole damn page. And sometimes it'll actually boot you off because there's so much information that it crashes you. But we've seen examples of us being lied to, and I hate to go there, but my trusting of the USGS has been downgrading drastically over time.
Yeah.
We've got an interesting question. It's one that it seems like we all often ask is, today it was clear. I think it's somebody called Alia. Today was a clear day, not a cloud in the sky at all. What does that usually mean? Are the planets on the other hemisphere? It will be weird clouds for 2 weeks, and then suddenly you get the days that are clear in a row.
Well, depending on if you're near sea level, that is more likely than not normal. And the planets will be there and you can't hardly even see them. There are periods where we've watched and all of a sudden out of the blue, we don't see them for a couple of days. And we called that in a wave period. We've never been able to attribute more than that, but there are periods of time, depending on where you are on the planet. Like I said, I saw Nepenthe plain as day out my north window yesterday afternoon. So, and it was clear skies all the way across the board. And then all of a sudden, within an hour long, 2.5, 3 hour period of time, there were the planets, and then within a couple of hours, it all changed and went away. And it was clear skies again.
Kind of like this here. Let's see.
I'll be just back in a minute. I'm getting the charger.
Yeah, that's got to be red asteroid. You see the poking out of there? And
sorry. I was just showing an example of even when the sky's clear, the planets are usually still there.
Yeah, we're still seeing the dark side of them. And what you have to look for with the great black sunglasses, and sometimes if you wear 2 pairs, it'd be even better. Of course, you're going to get anytime you put on extra lenses, you're going to get glass doubling. So, and you can, anytime you film through a welding lens or an infrared lens or sunglasses or anything like that, or exposed old-fashioned camera film, which is how you watch the solar eclipses and all of that. Anytime you film through anything, you're going to get a doubling. So don't count your doublings or your objects. But in this case, when we're looking at a large object that's filling the sky like that, and we're seeing the dark shadowing on one side, and then the crazy solar illumination flaring, meaning pinch-off flaring, then you will see that these dark bodies are there, even though you can't actually see them. And that has a lot to do with refractive light, whether or not it's coming around the side of the mountain, or the side of the planet, and illuminating the side of the planet where you can actually see atmospheric conditions, mountain ranges, etc.
Right. All right. Let's see here. Let's
close up of a killer cat coming to get us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting a close-up view of your T-shirt.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Well, I always think about when I'm watching people on YouTube videos and they're wearing a special T-shirt. They should go, oh, by the way, this is my shirt for today. And I wish a lot more people, because I'm a T-shirt fan, so I always want to know where everybody got their shirt from. I'm not fashion crazy. I'm T-shirt crazy.
Have to wear something colorful after feeling glum for weeks.
I have 35-year-old T-shirts that I wear till they fall off me.
Right. Is it mostly like what, music bands or what kind of
most of my T-shirts are Led Zeppelin T-shirts. That is my addiction.
Uh-huh.
I do have some band T-shirts. I have some wonderful T-shirts that Lana sent me, and it's like, it is what it is, or don't interrupt me when I'm talking to myself, or a couple of others. Some
Yeah.
nice people have sent me over the years have sent me some wonderful T-shirts, and that's mostly what I live in because I don't buy
What size
myself a
do
lot
you
of
wear?
clothes.
In case anybody's wondering, what size
I
do you
wear a
wear?
large or an extra
Yeah.
large because depending on the corporation that made them, once you put them through the washer, they're usually a little smaller afterwards.
Sure.
And I used to have a very large chest. Now, of course, I'm in my 60s and it's shrinking. But I used to be pretty big. So, I used to be very, very athletic, and I used to mountain bike, and I ran Mount Sentinel for anybody who knows what that means in the zigzag trail every morning. And I used to
Wow.
be Superman, but I'm not anymore. I've been sitting on my butt with my children, and I had to be the only caregiver. So my exercise regimen went out the window, from proximity, not being as close to my workout as I used to be, and B, from lack of having the ability to get away. But that's an old
Sure.
story.
I know it changes over time. Sometimes it kind of did for me
And then
too.
COVID killed me and all of this other stuff. I mean, I'm still waiting for my lungs to come back from COVID. I'm better slowly, but I still have I have allergies and asthma from my cat. We used to have two
Yeah.
cats. Thank God that's part of why it's better. Most of my breathing trouble comes when I come home into the house. And then this morning I had a really bad sneezing fit. I spent a half hour just sneezing and,
Oh my gosh.
I was hanging off the chair and hanging onto the side of the seat
Oh
I
my
was sitting on to
gosh.
make sure I
Yeah.
didn't sneeze myself to the floor. And
Yeah.
I could not quit sneezing today. And so I have this filtration thing that I made myself, this big giant fan filter, and I
I
filter
know.
the
I've
air
been
out.
meaning to do that still. I
And
want to
yeah,
do that.
it's
It would help.
expensive, but oh my God, is it wonderful? It pulls all the crap out of the air, all the micro dust. And then if you boil water at the same time, then those particulate in the air get more moist and are easily more caught by the fan. Now I've got the
Okay.
4-inch HEPA filters, and they're like $32 a piece, and I bought 4 of them.
Yeah.
And that was expensive, and I need to replace them, but I'm currently, winging it with the old dirty ones.
Yeah.
It also helps with your furnace filters, and I do need to replace those as well. Those used to be $2.50, and now they're up to $20 a piece, and it's like,
Oh
ouch.
boy. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
and,
Right.
and
Oh,
we're
look at
getting nailed.
Tony's picture. That
Yeah,
video is amazing.
but is this Sweden? Is this Sweden?
Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Yeah,
That's
this is all.
amazing.
This is a clip of nothing but Tony's videos.
Yeah, and there's the bottom of Uri to the left. Nepacity right there is behind it. And then we're swinging over to the Satum yellow moon in Nibiru.
That dark blue, that pretty
Yeah.
blue. Yeah.
And then
Really
there's the
pretty.
Satum yellow moon right there. See the illumination?
I do. Yes.
And then you've got the base cloud of Nepacity right there. And then we swing over to Uri, and literally Attu's moon are probably above our heads or just barely visible in that last spin of the shot there. And this, of course, is probably looking at the Pan asteroid under Uri.
Whoops. Sorry.
And there you're looking at an asteroid. See the red asteroid going down.
Okay. Let's go back a second and look at it.
Wow.
My bad.
Ooh. What is that?
I guess I went forward.
Woo.
Forgive me, guys. I thought I was going back. I don't know what I did.
Kind of wild to watch it like that.
Let's go back a little bit more. There.
Looks like the moon there as well. Is that our moon? How does the
okay, so
Yeah,
this
that's
is the
probably
one that
our
was
moon.
Nibiru.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Uri.
look how tiny it is compared to those planets that are way out there. And yeah, like that's probably the Tan asteroid, and
Whoops.
that is Attu's moon. Maybe, I don't
amazing
know.
how it can look so close and that
Forgive
one
me.
moon's so far away.
It's so touchy. I just barely breathe on it and it switches.
And we
Okay.
see, okay, that's literally
That
Nepacity.
one. Look at that.
Yeah. And we know that there's 3 asteroids that orbit under Nepacity. So yeah.
So that's Attu's moon, or Isatum and Nibiru.
Okay, they're
Maybe.
Yeah, it's really hard. All you'd have to stand there and stare at
I
it
need
and
to
go,
be there.
that's
Yes.
that's that, because it's
Let's just all
changing.
go there and see Tony and stand on
Like
that
that.
mountain.
I mean, look at that glow under there. I mean,
Let's
Right,
just go
that's the bottom
there.
of a planet. That's an illuminated bottom of a planet, because we know that it's literally sundown.
yeah. Where's the sun though? Where's the
Right
Right
there.
sun?
there.
Right there,
He
in
did a
there.
360 on us. He didn't go right, left, right. He went 360 on us.
So we're
And we
Yeah.
know the edge, that orange line there is probably the edge of Uri. And everything on this side of the sun is either a Saturn, yellow moon, and Nibiru, because we know that over time, because it's
Yeah,
been
look
there
at the deeply blue, that amazing blue,
been there
5 deep
forever,
blue.
and being illuminated underneath.
And a little moon.
And the real sky is barely visible. It's at the horizon. Of course, you've got a lot of mountains here. In Switzerland, we're probably looking at the Alps there, and that wasn't
right.
the Matterhorn, but there's some. It could be Eiger. It could be Lufrau, or I can't even remember all the names. One of them could be even up in the clouds there, for all we know.
Look at that big
I
red.
wonder like what his elevation is like, say, compared to Jesus's in Utah, because they both
they're
get such-
they're much higher. These guys are,
Yeah.
of course, in the mountain range, you look for tree line. We are still here at tree line, and we know that most pine trees and certain types of bull pine and everything only grow up to a certain level, and around 7,000 feet you see a change in the trees. So we're probably 5,000-6,000 feet here.
Okay. I'm going to look up what Oklahoma is so I can, just
Certain
get
trees like God, there's a pine. I can't. Tamarack. Tamarack will actually turn red and lose their needle. It's one of the only pine trees, and they're awesome, beautiful, wonderful wood. And I don't recommend cutting them down because they should be left to live forever. Tamarack grows at between 4,000 and 5,000 feet. So if you're in the mountains at that time, like in Montana, I don't know if they grow in Europe or not. But you can judge elevation by the Tamarack line, and we always knew that as Bureau of Land Management because I did a lot of forestry. So that's part of it. Tells you your elevation, and we know the tree line. Above 6,600, this trees start thinning out, and then you get scrub and other types of pine that do grow a little bit, but they're much smaller and they're bent over and they're a different needle and all of this. And you start going up into the other types of pine or offshoot cousins.
Oh, pine. Okay. I did not know that.
Forest, normal forest too, Sorry, I'm from Montana. We have pine.
Right.
We
You've
have,
got
spruce.
trees.
We have, tamarack, and we have,
Tamarack.
we have the big stuff. Yeah, tamarack is an awesome tree. I every time I see a tamarack, I walk up and touch it. It's like, hello, how are you, old buddy?
Yeah.
When we had to cut them down, I was really always not thrilled with cutting tamarack because it's a rarer tree, and they do lose their needles. They're the only non-evergreen evergreen.
Right.
So, and the wood is really, really cool, and the bark is really, really cool, and it smells fantastic when it's cut, and all of that, and that looks like it's Saturn's yellow moon right there. See how pockmarked and violent it is?
All those pits.
And illuminated, and yet I think he's doing a spin on us while looking up. Okay, that would be Atu's moon on that side of the sun.
It looks kind of cubular there.
See that big yellow thing in the right on this still? That's probably the face of his Saturn's yellow moon. I don't know. Unless this is the sun directly that we're looking at. I don't know exactly where the sun is. But we could be seeing a lot of refractive light coming off of some of the clouds and some of the asteroids and some of the faces of the planets. And so it's a big mix. You'd have to stand there and stare it for yourself. When you're watching it through a camera, it's a little harder.
It is harder.
Plus, we don't know what's north, what's south, what's east, what's west, and so that throws.
Was this his very latest video or what?
Not necessarily. These are over the past 3 months, I'd say. The recent, I started with this
Yeah.
most recent and then worked my way back.
And again,
So-
the
Oh,
real
you've got
sky is
such
the
an
lower
amazing
area.
sky. Wow.
Everything blue up above after an inch above the mountains is all planets.
Right.
And
That's
the sky
what
is
I
filled
say
with planets.
often. It's like,
Period.
yeah, most of the clouds we see are from other planets. That's how close they are. And that's why it looks so strange. Look at that. That's just,
But
when
that kind of makes you seasick looking at that, because you can almost see like oceans on another planet.
yeah, it does look like that, doesn't it?
Like it's like you can see their mountains and stuff like that.
Oh, and we have seen them, 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Mm.
17, and then they went around the other way, and we haven't had too many close-ups of anything other than gas giants. And of course, Attu's moon. Attu's moon, and we have seen the craters, and on Nepesity we saw the weird little poof marks that went through their atmosphere, which told us we believed it was volcanic and probably metallic in origin, because the atmosphere it was putting off was really weird. And of course, we've had less close sightings, and then now, depending on where Nibiru is and Isatum is, I'm sure that at some point in time, that's right before sunset, next right of the sun, you should be able to see land masses on the side of Nibiru, depending on your skies and where you
Okay.
are and the angle. I'm sure it's so big now. I'm sure the land masses are mostly visible. There's another punch cloud showing us there's something inside of it, and that's what the rainbow refraction is. And that's very possibly also, again, we see the sunlight is directly above at noonish because the car window reflections. That's probably a punch cloud from lead asteroid, red asteroid.
Wow.
If it's
Okay,
dead
that's
center
pretty
on
big for
where it is on the
asteroids.
horizon. Look, we know that it's somewhere
Yeah, look
around
at that thing
mid-June.
for an asteroid. Wow.
Yeah, and they leave the debris behind, and they of course rainbow out.
So
The other day I saw nothing but multiple asteroids going across the sky from literally from the southeast all the way to the southwest. And when I'm coming back out of Missoula headed south, then I get a great view of it. I saw so much, and I just, I want to take a picture myself and sit there and hand catalog everything, but me and cameras don't get along. So, of course, finances would help, but and anyway, that's another story.
right, I know, because
Yeah, we can't
putting the
acquire
camera is
technical
one thing,
equipment
and
unless
then,
we get funding.
but I think, like you said, you maybe trying rubber gloves, maybe.
Yeah. I would definitely do that, but I mean, I don't have the $500
You
or
gotta get it
$300 or
first.
$200 to go buy a camera and try
Right.
that, because the last 5 cameras I bought, I just treated them like normal, like I was supposed to be normal to be able to use them, and then within a very short time period, each one of them just died and wouldn't even work anymore, and I replaced batteries and everything, and they still don't work. So I price stuff.
Yeah.
And 5 cameras later, okay, I'm not throwing any more money to that when the internet already is killing me, and then the new computer or the new keyboard or the new this or the new that or the new camera or microphone or whatever. I still have to buy a better microphone if I'm going to do these shows. So, and I've received 1 donation this month. Thank you very much. Card is on the way back. But we, and I hate to plug and prod and beg and ask, but guys, we need, for us to go forward, we, even PBS television, public broadcasting says this show is brought to you by, our wonderful supporters out there, people like you, so we need people like you to make this work, because we can't go up and do better until we get more funding. And unfortunately, that doesn't grow on trees. So sorry, I had to plug it because I only got 1 donation this month, and that is nothing compared to what it used to be even years ago. And I mean,
And
I would get
that's
one or two nice people send me a $5 bill, even, and a card. Hey, how you doing? And then when I get mail, I mail it back. If I've got a legible return address, you will get a letter back from me.
right. Sam, I have several things I saved that you've sent me, the cards and your little business card. I have it all, on a little memory board in my room. But still, it's nice that you acknowledge all your mail and
Well,
respond
if I
back.
had so much mail that I couldn't possibly get back to everyone,
I know,
I
it
that
would be
would be
different.
one complaint.
That would be
But
different.
no,
I
I
know.
have
And
the
we
opportunity
would
to,
still figure out how to handle that.
oh yeah, oh
Yes.
yeah, oh yeah. Well,
We
then we
would
get,
figure
then
this
we go
out.
larger and get a Google department or a Prime or Amazon account or whatever, packaging or UPS deliveries or whatever. But we don't
Right.
we don't have a lot of that because we don't have a lot of people to answer. And I mean, I used to even get just letters from people, and all of that has fallen off, and it makes me really wonder what's going on. Maybe everybody is suffering from the economy and they're really busy just trying to get by every day, and I understand that. But if you send me a card with a small donation, I mean, you're part of this. You're part of the citizen science. You're building this,
I
and only
mean,
together.
there's thousands of people that follow this information across, different platforms, right? Thousands. We know that. If everyone just took the moment to send a couple of dollars, I mean, because I'm one of those people that also doesn't have a big income. I'm right there with the
Oh,
majority
and
of
yeah, and
people.
you have sent in the past for
But
Christmas for the kids, and you did, and it was wonderful, and we appreciated every second of it. Thank you.
of course, and that what I'm saying is, I mean, I'm just a giving person. I'll still pull together what change I have and hand it off to somebody else. If I have a little bit, I'll share a little bit of
Yeah,
that. And
yeah, that's what I do too.
if somebody says, that they can't send a dollar or two, I don't believe them, and I don't. I mean, I wish that
Yeah, well,
more
I'd hate
people
to
were
get to the point where
supportive.
I'd hate to get to the point where we're depressed and going, well, nobody gives a shit.
Well, me
That
too. I
crosses
don't
my
want to think
mind from
that
time to
way.
time.
No, because I know. I mean, I've mentioned this before. I spend at least $150 every month for
Yeah,
all the fees to do all of this. Which, I mean, that's okay. I want to do it.
yeah.
But it
I
would
just
be
paid my
nice.
$150 internet bill. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice if we had just a dollar or two across many, many people, and it wouldn't hurt them, and it would help us. So it's
And
very
then we'd also
doable.
have mail that says, hey, we're in your corner, and this is what we see, or this is what we think, or let me ask you this question. I've got some really nice long letters from people over time, and I do write them back, and I keep track of everything. And as a matter of fact, pretty much I probably have 10 years worth of Christmas cards that I have not gotten rid of. I have them in a very large
Oh,
box,
cool.
and I've saved
Yeah, I
all
was
that
just
stuff.
gonna ask you, what kind of things do you keep that people send you?
I pretty much keep everything. I'm a little bit of a hoarder on some things, and it's important, and I tuck their card back in the envelope, and I keep addresses. I don't keep a lot of addresses. I have written them down in notebooks, and I still have them. I don't write everyone down, unless there's a major reason to, but I have saved just about every card I've ever gotten.
Yeah, you always said that anything like that we sent you, you even taught the girls where everything all
Yeah,
came
we
from.
do that. Every time we get a letter from somebody somewhere, I mean, if they're mentioned, I let the girls read the fact that they are mentioned, and then we have a minor brief association where geographically these people are located. Moreover, on my point of view than theirs, because they don't want to hear half this stuff because, oh, Dad, okay, Dad, and I'm always trying to
Well, they're
over.
bigger now, so
Well, right. They're teenagers, and they don't want to hear the same story, and they've grown up with this, so they've gotten a little bit more used to it and probably treat it with less reverence than they should. Um, but they're teenagers, so that's normal. And yeah, I even got sometimes I even keep the dang envelopes that that stuff comes in just so that I can reuse it again because I mean I hate throwing away packaging that has a longer use.
What
And
about those pencil cases? I can't.
well,
We
I'm
still
still
can't
using them.
figure out what pencils those were.
They're little black zip cases with a lion on the crest, on a shield, and I couldn't find any company name, and I maybe I should have checked the packaging better. But when
Send
we
me the
opened it,
picture back so we can find out what that was.
yeah, I'll have to look at it and see if there's anything typed inside. But I looked at them this morning. Even I used them. Today's the 18th. I used them on the 15th, and some of them are half long, and a lot of them are still very long. They were 7-inch pencils, and some of them are 4 inches now. So
I just wanted
Yeah,
to say,
I love pencils. I've just found all my stuff again when I was unpacking my things. And I've got lots of them because I've got all those coloring in book thingies from
have a good day,
after I
our
had
guys.
by our skies today. Thanks for hanging out. And I just wanted you to know I did see your note up here about letting me use your work. So I'll definitely take you up on that. So thank you. So see you next time. All right. So
Here we're looking at Attu's moon, and probably an asteroid in the mix, going vertically down. But you can see the light on the right-hand picture and on the left is behind us, or over to the right. And it is showing the planetoid and its moon beyond Earth being illuminated as it is above us. And that, of course, the first time we saw that was in 2018. And then we have subsequently seen it again in 2020 and now again in 2022/3. So it's transitioning, it's changing. There's more of it. They were earlier at an arcing inbound axis angle that made them come in from lower and then rise up in front of us and then rotate around us and then do this weird stuff. But all that's changed. And just about every time we figure out what we're doing, it changes, and then we have to go out and go, what's it doing? So it's always changing, and that's part of why there are away days where we can't really see them, and yet they're there because they don't really go anywhere. It just depends on the angle of light, the shadowing, the illumination. If you're close to sea level, if you're not close to sea level, etc.
See, these kind of pictures looks like balls. Like back when I first started to realize it was debris, that stuff was debris. It's like balls, like punching in to the
they orbit under Attu and Attu's moon, and they're always leaving in a trail. And depending where their placement is, as Attu rotates, it'll go literally from the left-hand side to the center, where it's literally orbiting underneath the planet in a vertical downward. And then when it rotates at the end of the cycle, it'll be on the right-hand side, but of the planet, and still on the left-hand side of the sun. And we've, of course, over the years, watched this happen cycle after cycle after cycle. So I start to notice it during, the month, and that affects how the monthly sight drawings comes out. And you may have noticed in the November 2023 drawing that Saturn's yellow moon is literally more vertical than it was last month's drawing, where it was coming in on a more of an angle down empath, where literally now it's literally going vertically from top to bottom.
I was gonna say, I got a good example. I'll pull back up. I had to pull everything back up when that happened.
Yeah, and I drew the three little face clouds of the ion tail sort of as pushing out, because we have seen that in 20 or 30 depictions of it.
Yeah, the one on the left.
Yeah, that's this month's though.
That is
so if you look at October or September, you'll notice that it's different.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much the only predominant change. And the size of the lead asteroid fluctuates. It gets bigger and smaller all the time, depending on where it is and where it is in my head. And a lot of times I have trouble drawing it in also, because the lead asteroid is either crossing one of the edges of the other planets. And so sometimes I'll probably just make it a hair smaller so that I can fit it in the drawing. And it's not exact science, but it's approximate, and it's all the out view. And I should have long ago moved to 2 pages, which would probably give a better description. and then have the sun in the middle of the 2 pages and gone from there. But I hesitated because then I would always have to post 2 pictures instead of 1.
Aaliyah says that this is spot on to what she has been seeing. So same for me. This one on the left was captured here in Oklahoma a week or so ago, not long, and I was out that same evening, and it looked same for me. So it's.
Where are you, Aaliyah? Where are you?
Yeah, let us know. That's a good question. And then Sammy mentioned that we need to be monetized, and they said that they sent a large super chat and shout out to this channel last week. Noticed double viewers since last Saturday. Well, thank you, Sammy. I did not realize you sent us a super chat. I'm very new to that, and
thank you, Aaliyah.
I appreciate that, and I'll check into how
I did notice after the Tuesday show that we had over 387 views within the first hour. So that was, and then like the week before and the week before that, we were in the 200s. And I'm hoping this, of course, goes to 265,000 or a million views every day.
Big. I know it has all the potential, all of it.
Well, as soon as people get idea of that, on Saturdays we do it at this time, or on Tuesdays we do it at that time, and it caught me off guard today again. My brain didn't even click that it was podcast day again, and yet I knew it was Saturday, and it just didn't click. And then you called, and I went, "Oh yeah, it's podcast day," and I went, "When are we doing that?" And your phone was breaking up. It's like you were being messed with, because I couldn't. All I was hearing was and I was trying to talk to you, and I couldn't hear what you were saying. That
was crazy. I could hear you fine.
You told me to go to PM Messenger just so I could hear what you had to say, and then I turned on the computer, and it was like, oh crap, we're supposed to be on now. So
hey, what were you doing? Were you busy, Sam?
Yeah, bye, Dawn.
I was being a lump today, paying attention to the cleaning the kitchen and getting all my pans and everything lined up, and I was going to make beef teriyaki tonight for dinner, and we'll see. I'm sure I'll get to that, but because it's fast, it's a 5-minute cook, and the whole meal takes the longest just to cut the meat up into small little squares.
I just want whoops. There.
And I have a secret recipe that I learned over the years, and I use Yoshida's teriyaki sauce. It's like $4.90 a bottle, and it's worth every second of it compared to any other teriyaki sauce out there on the market, in case you're wondering.
Oh, cool, because I just found a teriyaki sauce now when I was
I searched for a good one for years, and a lot of the Chinese ones and everything have so much toxic stuff in it, you don't want to eat that. So I unfortunately went to an American brand. But Yoshida's is fantastic, and I had a handful of brown sugar to go along with it, and some the stuff you're supposed to put on it. Ginger, earth the brain.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it's really simple, and you cook the meat up, slightly brown it, and then when it's 3/4 of the way done, you pour in the teriyaki sauce and a handful of brown sugar and some ginger, and then you cook it till it bubbles, and then the sugar mixes in with the teriyaki, and you steam off a little bit of the moisture so it becomes a thicker sauce, so it holds to the meat better. And then
you're also a chef.
Yeah, well, I have flambe table side cooked. Yes, I professionally cooked for quite a while in front of people the hard way. You can't, I wasn't in the back going cook. Here you go. I was in front of them cooking. So you had, that's a different show, and I, the spoonfuls of flaming brandy and all of that, and tableside flambe. And no, I never burned anyone, except myself, And for the longest time, I never had any hair growing on my hands or knuckles because I fried it off, back in the 80s. Anyway, let's get back to sky watching rather than cooking. But I figured I'd share my secret.
I know you always have all the best tips, though. Like every time. Many times when we would have our conversations that we used to record, you'd be cooking, like I remember one time specifically, we talked for several hours, and the whole time you were making spaghetti sauce. He was in the kitchen cooking. I could hear all the pans banging, and He was
I
working
used to work in
away.
an Italian restaurant. I was the prep
Yeah.
cook and then center line cook for lunches. And I got, I made marinara for lasagna, and I used to make 25 gallons of spaghetti sauce every 2 days. So, that's a lot of onion chopping and a lot of mushrooms and a lot of celery. And over the time, I just learned, I don't even, use a recipe anymore. It's in my head for so long. I just throw it in. And hi, Lana. And so I've gotten to the point where I make a really, really killer spaghetti sauce. I think it's better than I don't think I'd ever order anybody else's at any restaurant unless it's a really hardcore Italian restaurant and the guy was directly from Sicily or Milan or something. I mean, the regional cooking changes too as well. They have different recipes, different
Yeah.
ads, but it's all a question of over the years you learn what works and what doesn't. And he shared the recipe with me a few years ago. It's delicious. Okay, yeah, I did actually. I sent Lana some of the Yoshida's teriyaki sauce and told her how to make it and which steak. And I use pretty expensive cuts of meat because I figure if you're going to make good food, make good food. Don't buy the cheap crap. But
Yeah.
for the $8 steak I buy, I chop that up, and that's enough for 3 people, and get a very acceptable portion for each of us. And so it works, on top of rice, and then you can have some nice. And if you're really into the teriyaki, you can make teriyaki green beans, and you do the same thing with the sugar and the teriyaki and butter, and it all collects on the green beans, and it's fantastic. Of course, it can be a little overdoing if you have too much teriyaki all at once, but it sort
Yeah.
of happens that way on your plate anyway. The teriyaki sauce ends up on your green beans, so you get it either
Wouldn't
way.
hurt. It wouldn't hurt. I know. I like to cook too. I mean, my family
This,
likes to eat, and I cook pretty good. So my mom taught me a lot. So
this is a killer photo.
It is.
On,
Look at
yeah,
it.
on the right-hand side, you have a Saturn yellow moon cutting off the sun. And on the left-hand side, you have Atu's moon cutting into the left-hand side of the sun, which
isn't
is
that cool?
why it's flaring the way it does. And it's the light pinch between the two planets that are there time after time after time.
Like just picture. I need to make an overlay. I should do that where overlay a clear image of this over that pinch, and you can just see it's these
Right.
planets that are just
Right, and
cutting
you can
and
see the full dark circle. And the trick is, we've talked about this 1,000 times. The trick is to learn to look at the dark areas first. Don't look at the center of what's going on. You're going to be blinded, even in a picture. If
right.
you look at the
And
right-hand side, you can see a Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail going on both sides of it from the light pole all the way to the top. And you can see little other objects in there. And if you go on the left-hand side, then you can literally see darkened Atu's moon right there. And of course, then if you resort to the drawing we were just looking at a couple of seconds ago, it shows you right there the exact location where Saturn's yellow moon is slightly lower and Atu's moon is slightly higher on the site drawing. And they match time after time after time. And there's actually a third object I did not see until just now, and that is the lead asteroid, which is below on the lower left-hand side of the light cutoff.
I just wanted to tell Dennis thanks for hanging out with us. I saw this a few minutes ago, and he decided to spend the night with Rebecca and Sam.
Well,
So
Dennis, you should get this on the
that was
TV. If the
thoughtful
pub has a smart TV, get them on YouTube. Let's see how many
too.
converts we can get, Even if we
Yeah.
just tell people that there's something going on above them that they need to look at that is being talked about in
And
great circles, just to start
this
them off.
egg over on YouTube, they said, please share your address, Sam, so people can help. And our super chat donations available? Yes, they are. We've received a few so far. So yes, super chats is an option. And they say they love our channel and teachings. It's fascinating and hope to see the Skull asteroid soon. Thank you, Egg. So, and yes, here again is Sam's address. I'll pull that back up.
Yeah,
there.
people want to see the skull asteroid until you see it up
They want to
close, and
see
it
it, and
scares
then it
the
looks
hell
them in
out
the
of you.
face, and they're like, "OMG!"
Yeah.
Yeah, you never
Oh my
forget that
God.
thing, do you?
Then you spend 3 months trying to, get that out of your head. Like, oh, I saw
Let
that.
me get
Oh
those
my God, it's
pictures.
real. Yeah.
Right.
As long as I live, I'll never forget the first time I saw the skull asteroid come out from behind Atu, and I was just like, oh my God. And
Okay.
my knees did actually buckle. I actually had to catch myself from falling to the pavement.
Let me get the pictures. I'll show everybody.
Yes, that's P.O.
The
Box
skull.
625, Lolo, Montana 59847. I've had that P.O. box for about almost 20 years now.
They want pictures of the skull asteroid.
I'm trying to find them. It should just be like
There is
here.
an available NASA release. You can type it in on YouTube.
Yeah, that big ugly, yeah.
NASA release
There.
pick skull asteroid. And
Yeah,
you'll
even they
probably
acknowledge it.
Google or Bing. Sometimes if Google doesn't have it, go to Bing. Bing has actually got more of our information than anywhere else for some reason. I think that has to deal with because I used to live off of Bing myself on my computer, so they probably have more that's the NASA released footage.
Right.
That is the real picture brought to you by NASA.
Skull-shaped asteroid to pass by on Halloween 5 years ago, it says.
Yeah, and it was like 3 years after we first we saw this years before they did, or before they admitted to.
So this is kind of an example, just, when you're looking in a picture, this is that vicinity left of our sun, left, upper left.
Now, but it's not as big as it can get when Atu goes over the top of us, and then Uri goes over the top of us to the north. If you look in between them, you'll see a dark shadowy area, but most likely you can. I haven't stood outside intentionally looking for it long enough this week to tell you exactly where it is. But if you see the skull asteroid over the top of us now, it will be much, much bigger.
Right.
And most of our sightings have come in from Italy and from France and in the more central hemispheres have seen it at light angles better than we have here in the northern. Although a few weeks ago, I myself saw it by eye up into the northwest sky, and it was much larger.
Right.
And I also noted that the jaw was tipped to the right and looking down, which made it look even spookier than normal when it's looking down at Earth.
I know. I need to go find my video. I have one like that where it was just, I glanced up, I have a sunroof, and I looked up through the sunroof, and it was like that. It was just looking right at me.
And
so
a lot
I started
of times,
filming it back.
A lot of times you don't see its lower jaw because there's an object. And in this case, in this left-hand picture, that's exactly what's going on. There's an asteroid in front of it, and it's covering the lower jaw.
Okay.
But you can see off of it where there's like these gases flowing out of the mouth, and there's gases flowing off the side ear area on the left, and there's gases leaking off the top of the head. And there's, and it's because when it comes in from the shadowing and then the sun shines on it, all this misty vaporous stuff comes off of it. And that's what scared the living crap out of me as I watched it start to illuminate. And there it was, this ice cold skeleton head looking at me with all these misty gases coming off of it, which made it, 3 times as horrific, And
I wonder how big it is, like how many 100,000 miles or something.
Oh, well, no, it's quite large. It's smaller than the lead asteroid, but it is, half the size of the lead asteroid.
Half the size.
I didn't have the two of them standing next to each other to compare, but it was, what I saw was huge. And that was way back in 2015 when Atu first went over the top of us. And I barely even paid attention to Atu's moon at that time because the skull asteroid at its side location and angle of light just after we started documenting Atu and Atu's moon, the side view was predominant. And so literally when you saw the Skull asteroid creep out of the darkness on the left-hand side as it rotated into the light toward the right, it was awesome. I
Wow.
mean,
Yeah.
it was. And we, of course, were not really participating in the sightings of Attu's moon as well because it was so embedded in clouds. We didn't really have a great understanding of it at the time.
This is an old video of mine. I don't know how old, probably a couple of years old. Oh, that's the one. That's
Okay. Well, that is in 2017, 18, when
okay.
when Attu and Uri were still on the right-hand side. And if you look to the right of the face, you're looking at Attu's moon. And then Attu is bigger and upper behind it, more to the right. But this is it creeping around the corner of Attu's moon. And at that time, I can tell you definitely what year it is because by where the sunlight is coming from.
Okay.
And that was for the longest time, everybody thought, oh, there's got to be two skulls. No, because they changed sides from 2015, 16 to 2017, 18, when Uri and Attu went up higher and then over to the right-hand side, then that approach. Right. There's the thing. There's a whole cluster of asteroids embedded around and behind the Skull asteroid. So, and there's a cutoff, and that was when it was looking up underneath Nepenthe from the side angle. That one is from 2017. And so is this. 2017, 2018, when Uri and Attu were on the right-hand side.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, that's one of my videos for.
And it's creepy as hell when you see it come around into the light. Oh my God, it was just like,
Yeah, because it does. It
takes
does
your
feel like
breath
it's looking right through you, kind of.
Yeah,
It's weird.
yeah. Well, not only that, I mean, the human condition we've been conditioned through, 1939 all the way through the 70s with monster movies, and so the thing that jumps out at you in this skeleton thing, and everybody goes, "Oh, I would die of fright." Well, that's where you shoot it. I'm joking. Something jumps out at you, you shoot it, or you stab it, or you punch it, or you kick it.
I
You don't
know.
die
You
of
defend
fright.
yourself.
You fight back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and fight or flight.
Here's this clip I found, Sam. I think you're gonna like it. It's
Dennis Glass. I don't believe the UK is going to be underwater. It's got two tectonic plates. I think, if anything, the UK will probably rise up. Scotland may do something different. I couldn't tell you, but and that's that difference between the mid-Atlantic drift and all of that. I believe England to be rising, not sinking. The White Cliffs of Dover and everything used to attach all the way to the mainlands in Normandy and France, but those were taken out by a washout from a glacial melt-off and lake effect, where a submerged ice lake actually broke open, and then it washed out the whole White Cliffs of Dover area, and the continent of England and the European continent were one and the same, as well as additionally 8,000 years ago with Doggerland. That wasn't even included in that early equation, but yeah, the water came in from the Germany, Sweden area melt off, and then washed out the White Cliffs of Dover, which is why.
Oh yeah, I remember, like a tsunami thing, kind of creepy.
Right, well, yeah, it was a glacial tsunami, and that's geologically proven.
Yeah, I remember watching a video a while ago, and they were talking about Doggerland and about
they're just now
the Great Glen and stuff,
right,
and everything
now
moving.
involving Doggerland in the scientific reality, which has come, of course, because we've now got better radar technology where they can actually fly over Southampton all the way to Germany and see that there was a land mass that was just like 90 feet under the channel, whereas the North Sea goes off a certain distance and then it drops. Anyway, we digress off.
I didn't know we were talking. Okay, you were talking about flooding. I didn't know.
Yeah,
for sure.
if you go up, if you scroll up a little bit,
Uh-huh.
Dennis Glass asked a question, and I apologize for
Okay.
overreading what you're doing. I apologize. You're the host, and I should have not gone
No,
there.
no. I understand now. You're responding. I didn't see the comment. Sorry.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
went left field, guys. I got distracted.
But did you see this, Sam? This clip. This is like yesterday or something. Maybe it was recent.
I see a little
But
green.
I just look
That's
at that.
probably necessity. Yeah, that's literally what
Yeah.
I saw was those finger clouds yesterday myself, right there. And that's how they formed. And they just suddenly came out of nowhere. And they were circular in my area, but we saw the fingering of the clouds. They were to the north. And
Let's see if I
during the
can get
time when
that
the sun was
drawing. Hang on.
that space cloud of Nepesity,
Yeah.
most likely.
We just see long, big
That.
finger white things going across
Yeah.
underneath the
And
purple
Nibiru
stuff.
has large fingers also, but they are more spread apart and less frequent. But it also has a downward base cloud that's usually very big, where Nepesity
And
does
this on
not.
the left. Yeah, this on the left is the same. Those streaks is the same
Yeah,
as
it's spread out. It's like fingers. It goes up, but the Nibiru is different. It's got that thing that goes down.
Yeah, and we're looking
I
at
know what I'm.
that first picture that you just have. There's that brief illumination of the base cloud. And you can
wow.
always see the core sometimes illuminates inside at the bottom of the planet. Yet the cloud atmosphere underneath it creates this, which is what we call the core cloud. And it also illuminates in space at night. And we've got dozens and dozens of those, if not hundreds of other very matching Nepesity shots. Nepesity is probably the second most photographed, that's a bad word, photographed, there's the best word. Nepesity is probably number 2 in number of captures that we have, and she's heavily watched, but then she's much smaller, and we've seen her more frequently, including the freak storms and the bomb cyclones and all of that.
So she's smaller than Atu.
Oh yeah, way smaller. She's smaller than Saturn. Saturn is probably Earth size, maybe a little bit bigger. And then Atu and Uri are both gas giants, although Atu is a very small gas giant. I don't know exactly how small, but we know it's a gas giant by its stripes and its angled stripes. I don't see facial stripe formation on that. Could possibly be planetary striping, so it's pretty much most likely a gas giant. We know that Uri is a gas giant because we've seen inside some of her layers, because there's different areas of illumination that go actually smaller and inside where we've seen the inside sections. So we know that Uri's a gas giant. We know that Saru is a green-blue planet from close passes in 2012, 13, and 14, which we haven't seen much of her since.
What about Saru? Does Saru have a moon, do you suppose?
There's a whole bunch of asteroids between Uri and Saru, and we've never had enough time to actually document that. She was so briefly there, and at that time we were still tippy-toeing between planetary identification and just saving drastic numbers of pictures. Saru's base cloud is really thick and really illuminated. It does have a very large open core, but it only has 2 stripes instead of Nepesity's 3 at its base cloud. And it's much, much thicker illumination, and you can definitely tell the difference between the two. Anytime now, we should be seeing a lot more of her. This literally looks like Atu's moon right there.
This is my video like 2 or 3 nights ago.
No, it's heavy on that side.
It was so busy.
I'm seeing lead asteroid right there to the left, Atu's moon, and Atu behind it. You can see the illumination of Atu's moon is whiter. The darker blue area to the left is lead asteroid, red asteroid. Spiral asteroid is right below it and dropping down. And that's the bubbly face of Atu's moon. And then over here, you have a possible asteroid as well. And then inset of Saturn in the upper right corner. which is weird. And that's where the foldback. That's definitely Nepacity base cloud, and then a cloud reach over from.
Look at that thing. That's long.
Yeah, it's tipped
Oh.
axis. That's Nepacity.
It's
And
got those
probably
ridges.
an
It's
base
like
cloud.
ridges.
Yeah, you can see the
Ridges.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And that probably right there is probably Saturn's yellow moon. If you see the bubbly
Yeah.
firelight, and then the ion trail off is two-sided, leading back into
Nice.
other stuff. Or that could
Other
be, I
stuff.
don't know. I'd actually have to be there the more.
Let's see.
If they're
That was
360.
right. This is southwest right there.
Okay, is it midday?
Is about it's about 5:30 in the evening. Mm-hmm.
Okay. When was this recently?
About 2 or 3 nights ago. Yeah.
What time does the sun set for you?
Well, by 5:30. So this is where sun was setting here
I'm
now.
looking at a whole bunch of asteroid activity in front of us there, and
Yeah, it was.
That's very messy there.
Bottom of the planets.
I got about 30 minutes of video. This is just a few minutes of it, but.
And you can see whatever's in the left corner is, major asteroid material.
That stuff.
Yeah. Look how it was this is where Ice Atom is, Sam. This is very illuminated.
Yeah, there's that long, from one side of the sky, bleed off ion tail. And look how big it is. It's huge. And it goes all the way across the sky. Yeah, that's definitely a Saturn's yellow moon.
It was, see how illuminated it got right there? It's just for a few minutes, it started glowing. The sky was just glowing a weird.
Well, see the white lines? 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yes.
Long box cube.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They always give off those 4 lines, and then Texas cube gives off 3 lines. They're straight. They're always next to each other. And then you look for the side orb, and then side orb is usually in front of it to the left on the long box. And on the Texas cube, the side orb is usually to the right or in front of it. And we've, of course, cited it year after year after year. And I'm going back to the amazement that this hasn't become viral, because, if there was a giant, fantastically large cube orbiting Earth, I'd want to know about it, especially since we know there are 2 of them, and we've documented their arrivals, and we even documented, that's why the Texas cube is called the Texas cube, because it arrived through a wormhole over the top of Texas, and that happened in 2015, we believe. So you'd think that this would go viral, and that people would want to know, as I bump my stuff here, that people would want to know that there is a multifactional alien force orbiting Earth right now. And I'm amazed that people aren't talking about this. Shocked. Beyond belief.
I think it's because, well, I mean, who do you talk to about it, first of all?
Yeah.
There's
aliens.
I saw a square cloud today. Who do I tell? Like, who's going to listen to you? Nobody's going to care, really. It's just like, where do you start? And then they have all of the cover-ups, all the conspiracy theories they put together to help explain things away. That's very convenient.
They call them lenticular clouds, which, by the way, only occur in Arctic regions. But they use lenticular clouds for everything now, even occurrences in Florida. I don't know how they get away with that, because nobody looked that up. What? That definitely looks suspicious. You see the directional clouds. And these are not the skies that we grew up in. This isn't normal, not by a touch, not by a supposition, not by even the merest imagination is this normal.
Yeah.
And people have to get here it comes again, on board with it, because it's right in front of our faces every day. And look at the weather. Look at Dubai. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at Libya. Look at France. Look at England. Look at Scotland. Look at Ireland. Look what everybody's going through weather-wise around the world. And it's not once a month anymore. It's now every day. Everywhere is getting the crap wiped out of it, and these people are going homeless, and they're getting flooded out, or they're getting fried, or our crop isn't growing anymore. I mean, it's 47 degrees in Montana right now. Hello. We're supposed to have snow and several feet of it, and be cold and ready for. I was telling the girls there's a very large possibility we may not even have snow for Christmas. I don't know. I mean, it's happened before in Montana, but like 3 times in my entire life. So, and those would probably be El Nino seasons as well, if we were to document them. Actually, I wonder if Google or Bing has that information. I could probably look it up. We have to realize that this, it is not normal weather anywhere right now, anywhere. And if you don't know about it, you better start looking it up. It's better become more aware of your surroundings, because, and I'll say this for the 8,000th time, we are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. This is completely a different ball game. Our crops, everything we know is changing right now.
Right.
And I don't know how to tell people that. I can't insist upon it enough.
I know. It's like all I see happening is like grocery prices just increasing over time more, as is already is happening. It's because of all this, shortages, and
world economies are changing all over the place. This major migration towards the United States, all the way up from South America, by hundreds of thousands of people, is coming because they're having climate change, and they're also having dictatorship and military issues and crime and the such. And that also is a product of rash changing of our system, as well as a breakdown in our system, including businesses and supply and demand and everything else. The Panama Canal is stacked up with hundreds of shipping container ships waiting to go through, all stalled and slowed down because they don't have enough fresh water to keep filling the Panama Canal. And I think they should have long ago thought about pumping stations from the oceans. Granted, it might cause a major desalinization issue in the actual landmass of Panama, but I think they could go around that with some sort of massive construction that they should have started long ago. They should have seen this coming, because they were talking about the freshwater issues and knowledgeable about it, because they created reservoirs for it. So knowing this was an issue, they should have also planned to pump in more seawater. And I think they could have piped that in for each one of the locks independently. Maybe they should look about it, cost a few billion, but I don't think we can count on it the way it's been running. So therefore we have to change. China has huge issues in their building issues. Their economy is going to hell. Fortunately, we are starting to make some of the chips here in the United States that Taiwan makes, and that's also become a contentious issue with China and the United States is Taiwan, and we don't even want to go into that. But there's a lot of major drastic things going on from all around the world, and people aren't tying them into one bow. That everything we buy, sell, or want, or normalize 5 years ago, a decade ago, is not going to be the same Cupid doll. We're looking at a different knockoff here from our future. It's going to be changing big time, and it's doing it right now.
Yeah.
We're not seeing normal weather.
Yeah.
And people are losing their houses by the thousands all over the planet every day, and they're losing their livelihood, and they don't have this available, and they can't go there, and and then of course all the wars and everything else, and the anger and the insanity, where people think they get to actually shove their opinion down other people's throats, which is a big problem on this planet right now. So, yeah, the old light pinch. I wonder how much of that the seasonal light effect might actually be affecting our species. Are we behaving poorly because? Are the passing planets affecting our brain? Are we all grumpy and irritable and ready to lash out at each other because of this?
Yeah, there's been a lot of that around, hasn't there?
It does seem like the force of all of these, other objects being here that aren't normally here would have to affect our,
And
fleshly
we've seen it in the
bodies.
tides. We've seen it in the, we were talking about it last week, where we've seen over the last 8 or so years, where we've seen these major drastic oceanic tidal issues, from freak waves to lack of waves, where the ocean is drawn way, way away from communities that it normally have never seen it before like that. And of course, you take into account the great tsunami of 2011 in Japan, or the tsunami in 2009 in Malaysia and the Indonesia area, and it wiped out 250,000 people. Oops, I shouldn't give numbers, because then they chalk you up for fake information. So a great deal of folks, what is believed to be estimated at 250,000 or so. So we have to take into account that there's drastic occurrences going on that have never been documented before, and they're happening over and over again and with more frequency. And so there you have
Wasn't Kerry Scott saying it was really hot down in Australia now?
Yeah,
right, yeah, and also I had
begging
observed
for rain, she said.
the Australian government put out a heat warning index, like third flag or something, third levels, third stage, whatever, and they were telling people to basically stay in their homes. And we know that there's been a mandatory rule in Australia for most school-age children to have to wear hats and sunglasses.
And that's only November, eh? It's not even December yet.
Right,
Because
it's spring down there, and they are frying now.
yeah, because in South Africa, when I left there, I reckoned it would probably start going up by about 5 degrees every
South
year
Africa
since
had
then.
freak waves last week or a month ago, somewhere 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that
They
those
also
crazy waves.
They had some flooding events also. South Africa, Jonestown, Jamestown. What is it? Which is it?
Jeffreys
Jamestown.
Bay and all those places. There was a lot of places where really, even where I came from, Gordons Bay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they had
Everywhere.
a lot of flooding and the freak storms, freak weather, and fortunately, we haven't got a run of it up here for a few years. We've had some really freak storms, freak weather. We never had we had some flooding issues in Yellowstone last year, of course. That was on the other side of the state. So this is all drastically going on everywhere, and it's not making the news. And we've said that a million times. And people need to start looking at news stories and follow up on them. And now, careful who you click on. A lot of information out there on YouTube can be disinformational. Check your dates. Check who posted it. If you see a video with a whole bunch of thumbnail photoshopping, I don't recommend it as a credible news source, because you'll even get flagged in some cases on Facebook for posting them or reposting them.
Oh yeah, don't forget the fact checker guys.
I've been doing a lot of that lately, where I'll post a weather story and they're telling me the credibility of this poster or that poster or another person who posted this is less than adequate. And in some cases I'll post it, in most cases I won't. But so you got to check your source, but you need to go in and actually look at what kind of weather is going on where. And it's important. It's really important to pay attention to your surroundings and taking care of your home and family. And, like, rethink yard furniture. Definitely rethink that if you have a small garage or awning or leaning minor patio construction, that if you don't weigh that thing down and make it hyper stable and aerodynamic, that it may not be there in 5 minutes. And that's what some of these storms have come through here. And I mean, I got damaged where my roof got ripped up twice. And then we had also damage from trees that come flying across, through the skies in unbelievable flight path that you wouldn't even think that it could fly like that, but it did.
But I'm just worried about ice happening as well.
Well, yeah, there's winter. Oh, we can even talk about the possibility of open core temperature drops, where Necessity would go over the top of us, and all of a sudden the barometric pressure drop, and you have a freeze out. And we've seen evidence of that where many animals I'm going to say 2017, 18-ish, somewhere around there, were frozen to death, instantly flash frozen. And then we saw many instances where lightning struck that killed entire herds of animals, which means it's probably a planetary discharge being very, very electrically spreading through large areas. Weird. I got a strange Bing notice. Okay, now it's gone. Weird. That was strange.
What happened?
I didn't know. My computer handed me a Bing notice.
Bing, okay.
Yeah, from Bing, and before I could look it up, it was gone.
Oh, Carol Ann sent you something. That's why I can see it here
Carol
on my. Yeah, Carol Ann says hello, and so does Lindsay.
Oh,
hello, Lindsay.
For sure. Thank you, Carol Ann. Those are those super chats, super stickers. Apparently, I think on their end, it makes their comments stand out colorful like this.
Yeah.
So that's cool for both of us.
That's just my tablet could tell me that, because I've tried to get something that showed me what's being said, because I can see you guys on my first phone, but the tablet, yeah. Now, I was just worried.
A triple-lined greenish base cloud. What do we know has the triple base cloud?
University.
Well, let me look. Sammy says they tried to send money, won't go through. Says I am unmonetized, which that's not true. I did set up to be monetized. So
what's monetized? Is that a kind of?
But I am monetized because I'm already accruing money. A little on YouTube, it's like $7. It's little, but I am accruing money on there. So I'm not sure why it won't let Sammy send money.
Yeah, shame. You guys need something to help you with the tech stuff.
Research it and see if I can find anything out though. So thank you for letting me know, and thank you for trying. Because I mean, more people are chipping in, Sam. I notice it. Each show we get more and more helpers. So.
Well, thank you, people. They really do work hard. These two people, they work so hard. And if it wasn't for Rebecca finding this amazing platform, we all wouldn't be sitting here tonight all talking. Thank you, right. Rebecca. It's amazing.
Well, you're welcome. Yeah, it kind of fell in my lap. I was actually going to YouTube. I don't remember. I was trying to research on how to do something, and I found this lady talking about StreamYard, and we were wanting to do a show. I just didn't know how to go about it. So the answer actually found me on YouTube. So I love it.
When something's meant to happen, it just does. It just kind of.
That's what happens. I see. Mm-hmm. That's what I was
Because we all need to actually talk to each other, because.
1, 2, 3.
Look at that. It's beautiful. Well, it's scary and beautiful. It looks like it's going to suck up that place, but yeah.
And it's the open core, and it's dropping down, and it's planet necessity.
And it's going to dump a whole shitload of water on there.
All right, I'm going to put.
It looks like it's going to just, crash into it, but it's actually very huge, and there's a lot of space between the ground and what's going on above.
And does that's cold or warm or what? The air in there.
Well, it's probably cold. It, of course, is shadowing the sun, so it's going to be a definite temperature variation.
And you actually feel it on your body as well when that comes.
And we know it rotates faster because it's smaller, and that's part of what the snorkel and all of that is created from, because of the rotation of the planet above, and that creates the suck up of the air and the water and everything else, and we've got thousands of pictures over the years of it sucking up from oceans and from ground, and then when it leaves, we've seen numerous live feeds of the rain bomb, where millions and millions of gallons of water just drops, and no one has ever seen that before in human history that we have recorded, not in my lifetime that I know of. And that wasn't any part of any weather that I ever saw before. And that's, of course, started since 2018 upon the first close passes of necessity.
And they talk about animals like fish and stuff falling out of the sky, or birds and stuff
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
that happens anyway. There are storms that pick up actual pollywogs and frogs and all sorts of stuff out of the water. And I don't know how, but when I was a child, I mean, I watched it rain frogs before. So, you know, and then people say, well, you know, they were eggs when they were sucked up into the air and they were so small that they grew. And I'm going, no, this is like, this is, a month-old frog, not, not a pollywog. So I've actually seen frogs fall from the sky. So it could be a tornado that's briefly sucked up a certain amount of living frog area from some swamp and then carries it off aloft for a while and rotationally strong enough and high enough winds to keep it up there, and then it falls. So you can't attribute that to that. But my favorite one is when they find a whale in the middle of the jungle. They found a few of those over time. That could never be explained, how you lift a multi-ton whale and then move it 500 miles inland. But yeah, so.
Nature's amazing, Sam. It's really amazing.
I sometimes think it's extra nature, something other than that, or,
Yeah.
I saw some videos this week of a very large sea monster that I didn't know whether or not it was real, but I saw two different footings of it, and it was like, okay, this is strange, because they both matched. But yeah, anyway. You never know what's really going on. I mean, with the planets and everything, I'm still arguing with some of this stuff, and I'm pretty sure we definitely got the planetary count correct, and I think we're on top of the majority of the major asteroids, and I know there's a whole bunch more that we could probably spend more time cataloging.
But you said that there's more. You once said that there's more.
Well, we've got earlier pictures when the earlier object cluster group photos were taken, when you could see all of them in one small shot. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of them. So, the only way that we've ever been able to determine size is by the fact that over time, the independent larger ones have showed up, enough cameos where we could identify them and get close-ups and from around the world, and far away ones, and then compare and match facial and spiral pattern and ion trail or no ion trail or whatever, orbitation under such and such planet or around near at this point or that point. And so we've watched them, and then we've watched them since they were smaller. So it's been a learning curve where over time we've just cataloged them because we've seen them for so long. But there's a lot more stuff, I'm sure, that is smaller or slightly smaller than some of the big stuff that we're just now seeing.
Yeah, like that little purple thing I saw.
Yeah, it represented facial markings of the blue asteroid or whatever, but I mean, we can't completely attribute it without more.
Maybe just check the same time the next night and see if it comes out again.
Way
to check patterns.
You have to go out earlier because it's a faster cycle every day. It's earlier than 24 hours. You got to go out on like an 18-hour cycle. So 18 hours from now, if you want to see the same thing, that kind of thing.
Did you see what Dennis? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just going to point out what Dennis commented. He said, "You're all legends."
Why, thank you. I don't feel like a legend. What kind of legend are we?
Well,
do tell. I would, nobody tells me.
There's not very many people talking about such a big topic. It's such a big deal, and I mean, you're the primary source for the information, and you're, coming forward and talking about it. That's legendary.
Oh, thank you.
It is.
I don't know what to say to that, but other than I think we all are. I think we all earned this together because we all gathered this information, and only through, yourself and Gillian and Jesus and JD and Andy and even Maria up in Alaska or Mark in Ireland or Petty in Hungary and Istanbul and all of that. And all the other people and Wendy and there's all kinds of people we can talk about that sends stuff in every day, and that's how we do this. And we've gained all of this information and watched the rotating and orbiting bodies and cataloged them all because everybody else's participation. I'm in the middle of being dry-throated and must have a sip of.
You haven't talked about your cough drops yet.
I was getting ready to say, grab a cough drop.
I already went through one, but didn't mention it. Yeah.
So you must be feeling a bit better today then.
Well, actually, currently, right now, I got a kind of a sore throat from talking.
No surprise.
I don't talk a lot to people. I don't talk a lot on the phone lately. I don't even talk to my girls because they're busy playing their games and not doing their chores today. I hope they heard me.
Go jiggle them chairs, Daddy. Go jiggle them chairs.
Yeah.
Well, I spent the morning doing the kitchen and other stuff, and then I started with some of the living room and trying to clean up and expecting them to do their Saturday morning chores, and they sort of bypassed it because I got called into here. Because they stretched past Saturday morning to make it Saturday afternoon, and then they went, "Oh, Dad's going in to do a podcast, so we can ignore him."
It's like, "Oh, Dad's gone. Let's go."
Right. Right.
Yeah, we don't have to do anything because he's going to be in that room for the next 5 hours, so we can get away with whatever we want.
That's right.
Where's the ice cream? I'm going to go have ice cream. Yeah,
I know. Is it pizza night or?
Well, I was going to make beef teriyaki. Remember
the teriyaki?
Yeah, the teriyaki. Do you get ice cream after teriyaki? Do you?
I don't know. The chocolate doesn't fit well with the teriyaki, but maybe we'll see.
There's always room for ice cream.
Well, I'm usually so full, and at 60, if you eat too much, you go to sleep too early. I'm looking forward to my Thanksgiving trip to Peen. Thank you.
I was like, what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? It's Thanksgiving.
Oh, they don't want me to do much, but I'm going to buy a small segmented turkey breast and cook it for myself and some stuffing and some potatoes and some pie or something. I'm going to make.
I feel like an honorary American after all these years. Maybe I should get a turkey leg and do it, and then use stove.
Well, if you like dark meat, I like white turkey, with cranberry sauce and all of that. Yeah, so I'll buy a small half turkey breast or a full breast or something like that for $8 or $10. Cook it for myself in the oven and get a nice pie, or bake my own pie. I have stuff to make a pie tomorrow, 5 minutes from now. I've had pie crust in the refrigerator for far too long, but that lasts forever. I mean, you can freeze pie crust, and it's not as good, but it's fresh. But I made a bunch, and I haven't used them. And of course, you can also buy the instant ones.
You should do you a menu book. You should do like Sam's menu as well.
Sam's cookbook, and see if we can sell
a cookbook. Yeah, I was gonna say there you go.
Like I have that many recipes,
I mean, that's honestly not a bad idea.
I probably do and don't even realize it. I mean, cherries, Jubilee, bananas, Foster.
Sam's 5-minute meals.
I don't
so
have
that you can get out to sky watching.
Most of those I do cook from scratch, and the fastest one, of course, is the beef teriyaki because I am using the factory-made teriyaki sauce. If you want to make your own teriyaki sauce, it would take hours. But anyway, and then you'd have to have all kinds of products from China that I don't want to pull out of a can. Thank you. So I used to, when I worked at the mustard seed, and anybody in the Pacific Northwest knows what that Seattle, Spokane, Missoula mustard seed. I'm sure it's in Seattle by now. That's an Oriental Mandarin Asian food. And I used to work there briefly, and then I came up with my own teriyaki recipe, which was trying to, imitate theirs. And I don't think I've ever fully achieved it, but that's the best way I've found yet. But anyway, back to the planets. Sorry. Off onto cooking.
Oh, look at that thing. Nicey.
And that is that. Remember, we were talking about that asteroid pattern and then Atu's moon that we've seen year after year. You're looking at lead asteroid, and on the side there is spiral asteroid, and above that in big center is Atu's moon. And it's literally a clear sky. There's not a cloud in the sky except for that thing.
Yep. It's phenomenal when that happens. Usually you get one of them little sky scribbler guys as well, who just kind of grows the sky, and then all right, here they come. Look at that one. Oh, nice.
And one of them is Atu's moon. The other one is Uri, and or could be Nepesity as well. I mean, we see these bodies, and of course, depending on what we're looking at, the direction we're looking at, and then and you won't see anything else in the sky down at the horizon line of normal clouds. These things just sort of fold. There was your one sea trail, and they're folding in. There's another sea trail.
But how can you be sure? I mean, you really can't be.
You can't be sure which planet is which until you look at it, see, okay, north, south, east, west, and then you stand there for long enough to actually watch them.
Yeah.
And then you
Right.
pick out behavior patterns and you go, well, if that's that, then that has to be that. And if that's that, then over here, yeah, there it is. That's okay. And then now we know that this is on the left side of the sun because the sunlight is to the right. And we know that that's a rotating Atu's moon right in front of our face. Because of where the sun is. We know the body is, and we know that the Mammatus clouds come off the bottom of Atu's moon on a close path, and we're watching Atu's moon go from literally the southeast sky to over the top of us during the day, and that's part of. So if you were to look to the upper left of this, which is off camera, we would know that over there would be the Skull asteroid.
But this bit is just so big you can't see anything. Just that it's like the sky's
you're looking at the atmospheric push cloud of the entrance of Atu's moon and Atu rotating in. Now we look at the color on that we just saw briefly. There had to be Nepesity because of the color, and now we're seeing.
Oh, sorry, I was going to try
that's fine. Now we're seeing a different change where all of a sudden this could be, and this is time lapse, so it's hard to tell what's what because our out view. A lot of the times will blend in from one planet to another, and they're so close to each other it doesn't make any sense. But that's what it is, and it's really hard from time to time to figure out where one planet ends and another one begins. Especially,
they just merge together,
and
that's just because of our out view of what we see, not where they really are, but what we see.
I agree with Freezy Peach. Freezy says time lapse shows so much, and I feel the same way. I know Jesus and I have talked about that so many times. Like that's what was our big learning tool, was watching things like this.
Yeah, you can actually see the shadows pass as well.
See,
sometimes it's even
moving by, rotating by, dragging by. It's like
I'm amazed by the light cutoffs and the fact that people don't notice that the day looks really weird outside.
I mean,
the darkness, the gloom, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a gloom that comes over, and then if you got really decent sunglasses and you look up toward the sun, and it will burn a spot into your retina, I promise you. And even if after that happens and you close your eyes, you can see the shape of the sun, and you can see that parts of a segment of it is missing off the round, and it's cut off. Here's Uri going over the top of the sun.
Look at that thing.
That's
gorgeous, man.
The light blue, green, and yellow sky to the right is the real sky, and the rest of the blue that you're looking at is planet Uri. And if you look at behind the first clouds into the background, you see the stripes.
Pretty amazing. It's so huge.
Uri's been on that side since pretty much in 2020, she was a little farther back, and then 21 and 22 and 23, she came forward, and over the top of us now, and is going from the southeast sky to the north middle sky during the day, and because it's going to the left shoulder, and as Nibiru and everything else is coming in bank turn around our right shoulder to go to the western sky come sunset. Or prior to sunset now, which it used to be at sunset. Now it's literally middle day or toward the end of the day.
Because they're in two sets, aren't they? The two sets.
They just sort of spin. The whole group sort of spins over the top of us also. Whereas they do other things in between each other's dance as well. And on the Uri, Atu, and Nepesity issue, they're on one arm of the solar system, and Saturn and Nibiru are on the other arm of the solar system with their main star and Immeru off to the distance. So it's hard to, and that all changed recently too. Now that Nibiru is coming in deeper and deeper, and the Saturn is coming in for the first really close passes since 2016. So this is a whole different ball game again, and this is why we're seeing some of the sky patterns of the 2016 2017 asteroid coming in on the side of Attu and Attu's moon, and that distance literally matches a whole separate cycle system way back in 215 216. And so we're seeing a repeat pattern of an aged pattern because they are actually higher up than they used to be, because they were coming straight at us in our face at a weird axis and then lifting over us and then going away again. Well, now they're going beyond us again, but way deeper this time, and Uri's going much farther than it ever did. Yeah, there's that same pattern.
Yeah.
Of
Okay.
the asteroid coming right in front of Attu's moon. And
Like, would you say down at the point of that V shape, at the point of it would be the lead object?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. That helps.
Yeah, and then you go up a little higher, and if you look on the right hand next to where the little branch is sticking out on the right hand corner of the thing, that's literally the base of Attu's moon. Okay. And you can see the round that goes all the way over to the left. And then there's probably red asteroid and some other stuff, and then spiral asteroid on the far left, on the bottom. And that's it. And they're going at a downward angle, but they're literally heading, now as this rotates, we'll see that these straight lines on the left-hand side will actually go vertically downward. And that's them orbiting under Attu and Attu's moon. As that
so what creates the lines, do you think? Like
it's mist cold. When it's minus 440 degrees in space. Okay. And when these objects get illuminated in the sun, that changes the surface temperature of the asteroid or the moon or whatever, or the face of the planet. And then it leaves a misty little cloud trail behind it because of the transference of this heat exchange.
Okay. So how is stripes like this versus like the stripes from Nipicity? Is that the same?
No, like, Nipicity's cloud base.
That's different. Okay.
Yeah, look at that cloud thing. It's like a big
sort of like
thing.
A push cloud, like that. That's sort of an atmospheric. Okay, the southern pole of my planet has got this electrical field. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing the fingering is like that, a harmonic electrical field, but the cloud base below it is the occurrence by submersion and pushing into our exterior atmosphere.
So that's like harmonic rippling effect.
Yeah, it's probably electromagnetic harmonic rippling from this pole of the planet, and why it has those fingers. And it's we know it's metallic, and it probably carries a hellacious inner core charge. It might have a really powerful magnetosphere for a very tiny planet. Base core. Cool.
It's going to step away for a minute.
I'm kind of wondering if that's a cube below Nipicity, which would be weird.
That'd be strange, wouldn't it? I do see.
Yeah, I had not seen this shot before. This is new.
This was a few days ago in Mexico.
Well, it looks like the drop core of Nipicity, but I'm awed by a little bit of the lighting at the base of it. There, it's like,
does it look like a cube or a rectangle?
It could be an asteroid rotating at the center of the core, just outside the core, because we see the drop core occurring. Because remember, it's transitory. Once it gets close, all of a sudden the snorkel starts to form and drop, and then it sucks up the atmosphere until it leaves proximity of us, and then it dumps all the water down in a rainbow. And the green definitely tells. And then the base, these are hardcore fingers. And it's
really weird.
It's either a cube in front of that whole mess, or wow.
Unless
an odd picture.
Could it be could Attu's moon be in front of it higher up, and that's a cube with Attu's moon?
No, because if that's the long box, because it looks like the long box.
Right.
It's in a weird place, and we don't know it to be there.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm torn. I mean, it's like, wow, this is an odd picture, and I have not seen it before.
Oh, okay.
And
Yep.
it's surprising, but it really looks like Nepenthe with the snorkel dropping.
It is strange because normally we don't see, like you said, cubes, crafts, rectangles with Nepenthe.
Right. Now
Normally, no.
we know that the long box cube does run underneath Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon. My question is this a late night Isatum's yellow moon base cloud, which we've never seen much of, except that really cool one we got, a series of pictures in 2 weeks ago? And could this actually be us staring at Isatum's yellow moon with the long box cube in front of it?
Right. I tagged you in the
I'm torn.
original post. Right. I tagged, it was at sunrise. She says,
This was at sunrise. Okay.
Sunrise. This is northwest at sunrise.
Wow.
What's going on?
Wow.
Yeah. Notice.
That would have to be Nepenthe. Have to be, because I saw it yesterday at 3 p.m. in the northwest.
Yeah. Okay, so for sure Nepenthe. All right. I tagged you in the original post if you want to see those. It's the same picture kind of over and over, but anyway.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's surprising. That's not a normal picture.
No. Something new and different
it's entirely possible that the tech or the long box cube moves, but we haven't really seen it move since 2019.
Okay, so be on the lookout for the long box cube with Nepenthe, it looks like.
Yeah,
here.
I don't think we'll get another capture of that, but I think this is just a play on our eyes, and
yeah,
it would have to be, if this is in the morning. We know that, and you and I both cited that Nepenthe was, for the longest time, was in the due south, close to us, for what, 2 months now, at sunrise, and then we saw Uri and Atu going overhead,
right.
and so this is that new transition. And then we know that Nepenthe has moved from the due south, all of a sudden going oddly toward the center above us, and then doing the dance with Atu's moon as they transitioned and rotated above us during the day, which was weird. Yeah. Phew. This is another one of those spooky, weird ones.
Karina from France is sending us her hellos. So hello back.
Hello, France.
Yes. Happy you're here. It's always nice to see her. She's one of our regulars. So
yeah, unfortunately, we've lost a lot of our Italian folks after the folding of the Italian Skywatchers. And if you're listening, I wish one of you guys would put a link to your Italian Skywatchers, and if you need help setting up that administration of your site, and you want to just make it, and we can apply admins from your area together.
Mm-hmm.
I know of probably 3 or 4 people that would love to do it, but probably are afraid to. We could add to that, because I miss the Italian and I miss the French and a Normandy point of view. We don't see a lot of southern coast of Europe shots. We don't have too many people in Spain or Portugal, and I talk to them occasionally, but we'd like to have people all over the planet posting regularly, and we need your pictures. Excellent. Yeah, this one I've talked about this again. Yeah, every time I look at this, it just argues with my head.
What?
I don't know what to tell you on that one. I'm pretty sure that orange area is the side of Uri. I'm pretty sure. It just argues with your brain on that cutoff line. And I'm thinking the normal sky is the dark stuff.
Then on the right side.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
And normal sky illuminations,
And
perhaps with Attu's moon and Attu above there, which would be illuminating from the bottom, which would be why it would be white. And that would fit in the model that we know. And I don't know where
so
this
that
was
yellow
captured.
patch, that yellow patch would be illumination at asteroids then.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Salamander asteroid group.
So is the right side Attu's moon?
Up above, up higher.
Like
and that little
higher?
weird glitch, rounded glitch that we're seeing above this gray light post is probably one of the asteroids on the side of Attu, which is up above it. And we're probably seeing cloud illumination for the first two layers, and then maybe the third one up is probably the bottom of Attu's moon. Because, asteroids illuminate, and those could be asteroids underneath Attu. But we can't call it, but they sure look like it. Because we don't get a view over to the right enough to actually call it. Whereas the view on the left with that light yellow illumination on the side would explain very well for the Salamander asteroid group.
Okay.
So it fits under that premise, but you have to sit there and you have to slice it into little tiny dissectable pieces before you can follow. And if you look right above the cars on the left of the orange, you see an inset area where the light is actually shining on the inside of the stripes, which also fits Uri, because we know there's segments of Uri's gaseous exterior atmosphere that aren't even, where sometimes you see inside of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's more over on the top than on the bottom, but there are segments on the bottom that you can see sliced little smaller, less reaching rings.
Seems like multiple planets have rings. I mean, I've heard you mention that.
Well, Attu and Uri are the ones that have the most. I'm talking atmospheric gas giant rings rather than exterior orbiting rings.
Okay.
We know that there's a debris field, which is a ring on the base of Uri, way down in the southern hemisphere of Uri's outer Oort cloud. But we also know there's a full atmospheric ring around Attu and Attu's moon, and that ring goes beyond Attu's moon. Attu's moon is inside that weirdly white tipped axis ring that we've watched for years, and it's not always visible. And it was first captured, I believe, in 2015 for the first time. And it's rare, but it's there. We've had captures of it. It's not always visible, and sometimes it's mistaken for sea trails and other things, depending on the proximity and what the capture is. And this is why we always tell everybody to take as wide a capture as you possibly can. And if you want to focus in, add a couple of smaller shots in along with it, but get the entire wide shot first, because then you'll have a better capture, and then you can break it down from there.
Wow. Okay.
And this is what I go through at every picture I look at. I have to sit there and I have to go, what am I looking at? And then I have to break it down, and then I have to talk myself through it.
Like you said, always start with the sun, start there.
Yeah. What object is where compared to what we know?
Yeah.
And then you work from there and you go, okay, now how big is it? Where is it? What's the shadowing? What's the lighting? Checking your light angles. It's really difficult.
In comparison,
is there any flaring?
Right. In comparison with your drawings.
Taken? Is somebody filming through glass? All of that counts. Because you can't use anything that is filmed through glass. You cannot use it as credible material.
I like this one. Dennis says, remember to like, share, and smash the thumbs up. So, yes, please. That would make so much difference from what I understand as well, is all of those little things like that help us get more.
If we don't get that, we're not going to be able to keep doing this. I mean, twice a week is surprisingly often. I know that. I'm still laughing at myself for, knowing it's Saturday, and yet it didn't even click in my brain, Like, oh God, when was that again that we're doing this? Oh yeah,
as soon as I finish one show, I'm right away start the next show. I start saving
I don't know
pictures.
where you get the stamina for this. I mean, it's very demanding time-wise to set it all up and you've got your life around it. It's really tiring.
It's hilarious. Tuesday night we did a show with Jesus, and we got done. And then Jesus had to leave, and Zane was there, I believe. Is that the same
How
show?
long was that
Am I
show?
correct? Yeah. And we got done talking, and Rebecca and I ended up finishing the show about 5 hours and 17 minutes in.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And then we signed off, and then I went out in the other room and I turned on the smart TV to check the number of views, because I do that within a couple hours. I'm just watching the count for my own knowledge. And then I was sitting there going, oh shit, now what do I do with myself? And I could not go to sleep for the world.
Oh,
and
great.
I was literally, and I am not kidding you, I was talking to people in my brain all night long. And I woke up. I barely slept at all, if you want to call that what I did was sleep. And I woke up talking, and I went, oh shit, So you get into it, and then
I was going to say, it takes time to
we've got a decade's
unwind
worth of work here, and there's no way to talk to anybody about this shit, because everybody's going to think you're, pardon the expression, batshit crazy. And that's what's so awesome about seeing Karina and everybody else, coming here and talking to us now, and why we do this, and we can get to talk about it. Yay. And we go a little schizoid over it. And I, do blow off topic all the time. But
the thing is, it incorporates so many different aspects of daily life, of things that other people talk to you about as well. And you think, oh, that's because of the planets. And then maybe that person that you're talking to doesn't actually believe in your planets, and you're trying so hard not to talk about it. But it's part of it.
People also get used to us and our personalities, and that we can talk about cooking or pies, or or we do this or what we did 5 years ago, or the fact that Jesus drives at night. And then I hope that people start becoming part of our lives in certain ways, not overboard, of course. No stalkers, please. We've had enough of those. And I hope this becomes a thing where people really just want to hear what we have to say each week, and come back for the show. That way we can get, 1 million subscribers or whatever built over time. And this is partially why I allow myself to go off topic and discuss cooking or recipes, or, yes, this is, a Skywatcher show, but we can, we can also be human occasionally, although that's rare for me. That's a joke. Well, I occasionally, through some of the shows, I thought back to myself, like, boy, did you say the wrong thing? Or were you being unbelievably arrogant, even without even knowing it? And I'm sure somebody out there has said that. And then there's other people that don't notice it, or enjoy it, or chuckle or laugh or whatever. I will occasionally mock my own personal overactive speech pattern, and I talk too fast, and I'm running 300 miles an hour. And I hope people get that part, because that's where all of this stuff comes from. It's how my brain works. Why I got kicked out of every school I ever went to. Although I am very educated, and I continue to educate myself every day. I study nonstop, and yes, I get distracted and start talking about Rome or architecture or Gothic architecture, or roundhouses, or you name it. But we are all well-read, all pretty educated people. We're not, 6 guys sitting filming our skateboarding park. That's okay too, I mean,
we're like researchers for real. I mean, we
really
are.
We are.
But we've all been doing it for years and years and years, and we didn't realize. It's like preparation began years ago, and you didn't actually realize it. But
isn't it funny? Yeah. It's like years ago we were like in kindergarten, sky school, in kindergarten.
We didn't start 16 hours ago. We started 2 hours.
I don't know. I guess on YouTube, I'm going to look at it and see.
It may have said, you might have again had one of those YouTube misnomers where they give the wrong time. I don't know why that happens. That's why, the pre-announcement sometimes can be misleading. And we also had
Right.
trouble with your phone when you called me. It was like somebody was really messing with your phone. I don't know.
Yeah,
Could you hear me okay?
I could hear
What?
you fine.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah,
Yep.
but you were patching out so bad, like you had the
Not
worst.
good.
It's like you had
Hmm.
Verizon Wireless or something. I don't know. I mean, or
Yeah, that's
what's the worst phone company in the country? I don't know. I don't.
Let's not go there.
Oh, I wasn't
no.
saying Verizon was the worst.
No, I
I was
know.
saying Verizon in general. But then I went, oh, okay, but we could even go better and say what's the worst. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, it sounded like you had really bad cell service, and I couldn't understand a word you said.
that's
And but then we've had
terrible.
numerous
Well,
occasions.
we'll have to test it out again
Yeah, we've
sometime.
had numerous occasions where our phone calls were cut off regularly in the middle of stuff all the time, over and over again. And we know that, maybe our topic might be not as free to speak as we'd like. And maybe some people are not enjoying us doing this. So you better get it while you can. Come back and, punch that subscribe button and smash the like button
Yeah,
and all of that. And so we're going to do what we can while we can.
right.
And we've been doing
Try
it
to get
long
this as
enough.
big as we can. I mean, get as many people notified as we can. That's the goal in the time that we have left. I'm not
And
saying have left, but you know what
I'm
I mean.
reminded of Radio Wasteland, where our dear friend Chauncey,
Say that.
we hope he's well. Radio Wasteland, even a couple of years ago, 4 years ago, said that we have an impressive following. And
Oh, cool.
so,
That's nice.
and
That's good.
earlier we are legends.
Right.
I
That's
hope we're legends. That would be great. That'd be really good.
wow.
We do go back. Montana Skywatcher and Rebecca and Jesus and Gillian and all of us go back a very long way in this topic, and we've been around, and we are the biggies. I say that with full belief. I'm not bragging on that one. We have been around. We've done the work. Um, we have spent the time. There is nobody out there that I know of that is sharing a majority of our information. There are a bunch of people out there sharing parts of it. And thank you and congratulations. And please stick to the facts and do not embellish, please. And give credit where credit is due. You're allowed to include yourself and share our information, but please don't misacue it and don't add stuff that doesn't need to go along with it. I know people have opinions and point of view, but let's keep it as pure as possible. If you have a sidebar, then say so. As long as you're open about your discussionary beliefs, that's okay. But if you start smearing on the peanut butter, then we're going to have a problem.
No spearing
Yeah.
peanut butter.
Well,
Yeah.
we worked hard at keeping it factual, and we've gone through everybody, all these people that send in their hard-earned photographs. We don't want their stuff messed with. And, we can never thank them enough because everything we use is somebody else's. With the exception of Rebecca and what Jesus and Gillian all share. They share their stuff as well. But most of what we use is other people's photographs that have been sent into our sites, our random various sister sites that we all together work with. And we share information back and forth all the time. And so this is, thank you everybody. And it's documented, and it comes from the citizen scientists. It comes from these people who know what they're capturing. Otherwise, they'd be going, "What's this?" And then scanning the skies. But most people have learned over time, and you know who you are out there, that what you're capturing is most likely this or most likely that. And we're reading a very experimental elemental. I don't know what that means.
Somebody's name?
Yeah. Yeah, I highly believe in elementals, but I don't know about experimental elementals.
Well,
Anyway, that's their name. Geez, hello, good night, everybody. Thanks for viewing. I'm going to bed now.
Oh boy, early.
I'm
early
reading
bedtime
stuff
for
and not
you.
even knowing what the hell I'm reading. I better have another sip off of this pop.
Yeah,
Like I
you're
said
giving us
earlier,
the
I knew it was
thumbs
Saturday,
up.
but I didn't know it was podcast day. I'm really here, I swear.
We have a Facebook user. It says, "Dang, I'm at work. They can't tune in, sad face. Well,
Well,
darn. At least they
you
could
can
watch
always
the
watch it later.
recordings. Right.
Right.
You can always watch the recording. I'm not sure
Add
who
to,
it is.
add
If
to
they
the
go
views, add to the like counts, share it with
and
friends.
let's see, who is this? I think this might be Mark. Maybe just based on the comments, but Facebook user says hello, everyone. And whoever this is, if you want to reveal your name and ID, you can. You have to go to StreamYard/Facebook.
Or just
And then
type in your first name on a comment.
What's that, Sam?
I said, or just type in your first name on a comment.
Yeah, or you can just type it in. Right.
Mhm.
So that's how that works. You got to give them like approval one time and then you're in the club. So let's see. Well, shoot. I got this error again. Every now and then when I click on my folders, to pick out a folder of pictures, you remember me mentioning before there's this error that has this little broken robot picture.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it the
You
other
remember
day.
that? Okay, because it
Yeah.
happens occasionally. Well, that's happened just now. So my only resolution is I have to close out my my browser and then reopen it. So I'll be gone just for a minute. Okay. Because otherwise it freezes up. I can't click anything. I have no idea.
I found that when I
Glitch.
switched to the comments or the private chat on this option, and it does that to me.
Really? Yeah, it's like a glitch. It's just kind of
Right.
random and there's no explanation. I don't know why or
There is a
triggers it.
glitch to this.
So I will close this out and I'll be back in a minute or two.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay. See you in a minute.
That's the only way. Yes, if I can even close it out.
I see that you have your Christmas tree up already, Gillian.
Oh, that's my what I call a hope tree.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Like
a
a-
Christmas tree. You can only see the top of it.
Oh, it's like it's a cherry tree.
Oh, okay. I thought it was much bigger.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cat
all I saw was the top little piece and looked like the top of a little, Charlie Brown Christmas tree or something.
Well, I don't really want to do Christmas much this year. I just thought that sticking things on that one, that'll do.
Well, last year I let the girls do the tree, and they wanted to do it themselves, and I let them, and they didn't put up half of what I would have normally done. So this year I'm going to add a few more lights to it because I like my occasional flashing multicolored tree.
Yeah, I kind of like
And
lights, you see. I just figure it's the season
right,
you want lights around.
right. And that's what we've got too. We're going to put up some more lights this year than we did last year because they kind of bail on you quickly and well, we've hung enough. And it's like, yeah, my dad used to hang tinsel for weeks, and we don't do tinsel because we have cats, of course, or one cat now. But if you have cats in the home, I recommended that they have tinsel.
No, the dog already pulled the tinsel. He was kind of like, "What's that?" Oh yeah, Andy pulled it, and then him and the cat both ran out of here.
Yeah, it's not healthy for the poor animals.
Oh.
Hi, Becky Berger. And then we have a expletive.
What else do we have?
And you're frozen, Rebecca. Well, yeah, that's what we know. She's frozen. That's why she came back out. And we're carrying on without pictures. So I'm, very, very interested to see what the close pass of his Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon, which is currently going on as we speak. I'm really interested to see what new photographs we're going to get in the next coming weeks. And we talked about this in like the last 3 or 4 shows, where it's just downright exciting because we have new occurrences that we've never quite got to see at this proximity. I mean, it's happened in front of us on another part of the sky, but its atom went up from 2015, 16, 17 from the left-hand side of the sun to above the sun and then around with Nibiru, and then has come back in from the right, off the right of the sun to now being over the top of us. And the transition was really fast after, literally a month and a half ago. And it got just drastically closer, which was surprising. I figured Nibiru would come over and we'd see less of his atom. Boy, his atom is huge and close. So shows you there's a large distance of proximity between the two of them. So I'm just in awe of what's going on right now. And, I'd like to spend more time outside looking, but Montana cooler winter-like weather has not facilitated a regular normal sky scene. Yesterday, I did see briefly an empty sky where you could absolutely see Attu and Attu's moon, and you couldn't even deny it. But then, of course, it all changed in a matter of an hour or two, including asteroids that were completely visible in the southern sky when I was coming in from Missoula. Because I went to the store yesterday to get from a local meat store where we buy where I know the butcher, and I don't buy it in just any store. Anyway, she is not back yet.
It looks like Sun D said again, what do you know about the color? The color blue doesn't burn, like the sky is blue, so paint your roof blue, as above, so below.
Well, it's a neutral between black and white. Black absorbs and white refracts, and blue is in the middle of the, you break it down into the rainbow spectrum, and blue probably absorbs some of it and probably refracts some of it. So if you wanted to paint your roof blue, I guess you could. Me, I'd want my roof to be warmer in some occasions to melt the snow off better. And if you could have, a switchable color per season, depending, of course, I'm up in Montana, we're in Snow King here, So depending on where you live, blue would probably be a good refractive color. But if you live in the desert, I would check many different surface types to see what refractive is. One color or another may put off more heat or less heat, or depending on what, clay tiles are phenomenal on roofs, and they last many years, depending on if they're made properly.
Clay tiles.
I'm a firm believer in a metal roof. Metal roofs are a lot nicer, and you don't have to replace them as often. You do paint them and surface them.
There's a lot of solar things here I've seen. Like there's a bunch of houses at the back of me here got solar panels.
Well, everybody is turning to solar panels wisely. So they're now becoming more standardized, that the generic consumer can use them and understand the technology behind them. Now it's becoming more standardized, and we just, that's all you need. You really don't need an awful lot of power. You just need anywhere from, depending on the house size, 8 to 12 panels now. And
this house behind me's got about 16 or something.
Well, then they're probably coming up with, powering their cars on top of it, because you need.
Oh yeah, e-cars.
Yeah, it depends. I think they perhaps one panel creates 1,000 watts or something. You'd have to look at each into 800, whatever. Each panel does different depending on the, who makes them. And you only need so much to run your house. And the trick is just having storage and good capacity where you can store far more than you need, and then and sell the rest off to the local utility, where you can actually make money, depending. And that could also be, if you have 20 solar panels, you're probably making money on your power bill. So point of view, that is feasible now. Technology is good there, but they are, of course, you have to have money, because stuff has to be replaced and serviced all the time, and you got to go out there and brush them off just about every day. And
brush them off as well.
Yeah, if you have snow, it's even worse. And depending on, there's certain panels where the entire panel has to be lit for it to function properly. And then there's newer panels now where even a portion of the panel that is being illuminated will cause enough power to be generated, as in the other one won't. So, technology is changing, and I strongly recommend it for people if you can afford it. And then, yet at the same time, you better think about your construction, and then worry about having a glass panel or a protective plexiglass panel above them to protect them from hail, because we're going to see lots of hail damage in the coming years.
Oh,
Yeah, look at
bummer.
that.
Yeah, you can imagine hail.
You know, this
That
is
thing.
lightning we've never. Yeah, this is lightning we've never really seen. This is hopefully a single shot. I don't like those
I had people
progressive.
complaining about the size of the hail that was hitting them.
Oh yeah, it'll
Great.
kill you. Some of it, you know, there's grapefruit size hail coming down in some places last year, and you know, it just right through cars and all sorts of stuff, and damaged roof and through the roof. And so that we're going to see extreme weather, and people have to, in construction, they're going to have to start building, angled roofs and instead of the older percentage of an angle, you have to come up with a higher, deeper angle, so you have less damage, etc. Wind fracturing, etc., because it's the whole new ball game in the weather department, and we're going to keep seeing nothing but natural disasters everywhere, and it's kind of sad, but that's what's happening.
So
Yeah.
there's a question from Sun D asking about the color blue, and
Yeah.
they're saying how it
Yeah,
doesn't.
we talked about that while you were
Oh,
gone.
you did. What was the answer for that?
Well,
Real
black.
quickly.
I told him black paint absorbs heat and light. White paint refracts it, and blue is probably somewhere in the middle of the spectrum of the rainbow prism.
Ah,
So
okay.
it's probably absorbs
Like a
and
neutral.
repels.
Mm-hmm.
And I was then talking about people could do test plates to see, put it on your roof and see how much heat is coming off of it and how much it's absorbing. And there would be scientific ways to examine that with thermometer underneath and thermometer above it. Yeah, there's a nice planetary discharge or asteroid. And because we have not seen anything like that in our history, and this is all new since the asteroids and the planets have been going by. And these are the ones that kill 30 or 40 or 60 cattle when it hits the ground. Another example, and lightning.
Very powerful.
Yeah, that I'm amazed the person. Well, and this of course could be just at the focal at the flash. I'm amazed the photographer is still alive on this one.
Man, yeah.
That thing, yeah.
Yeah,
and
we never saw purple lightning until 2011, and then we saw it coming in on the discharge patterns between the planets, and that's a whole series of photographs that unfortunately we lost when Uri and Atu were first coming in the object cluster group. We were seeing these unbelievable discharge patterns between 2 and 3 planets at a time. And you couldn't even doubt the pictures because they were showing the wraparound just at the edges. And then the faces of the planets were being illuminated because they were directly in the middle of the sky. And God,
I remember in 2017 or something, is it 2017 or 2018, going for a walk with the dogs in South Africa. And it was one of them hot, stormy days. And you could see 3 different colors of lightning, or like glows in the sky. The one was white, one was green, the other one was purple.
This, rainbow that, yeah.
Yeah.
And we know that Nepacity discharges like this a lot. That whole core just zorches, on a close pass. And we've seen many examples of that. I've got quite a few pictures from 2018 on Nepacity's first close pass where she does this, exactly what we're looking at. So
that's
I
wild.
can't tell you.
Look at that. That's just wild.
Yeah, this could be the core. I can't tell you for sure it is, but it's also filmed, unfortunately.
Look at that.
Glass. And this is a planetary discharge between bodies, and I think I even know which picture this series of when this was, and I would say probably 2019, 2020, or it could be new. It could be new, but we saw a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not too new.
There was several pictures that looked like an old giant electrical man walking under. Between the two
that's wild. That one is.
He had a cane and 2 legs and 2 arms and all that. It was really cool. I remember that whole series of pictures, and that was just like, oh yeah, no, that's planetary discharge. That's the red asteroid discharging. Spiral asteroid behind it.
That's amazing. Wow.
That little sister is the white next to the lightning bolt.
Man.
See, it's
So
there.
do you think it's the asteroid that
Yeah.
is discharging?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They
right.
static charge too, because they're getting bleed off between Earth and Attu's moon, and they're like, the electrical wire in between, or the it's like the monster machines from Hollywood movies. They're the diode that pulls in and the lightning bolts shoot off of. They gather, and if they are metal, and we kind of think they are, then they gather all this static electricity, and then when they come close to our moistened atmosphere, discharge, zorch. And that's part of the close pass thing I keep warning people about, is these things coming close by can cause these freak storms that go through, and they just massive high winds for 20, 25, 30 minutes, or even longer in some cases,
Yeah.
where you just get this freak storm and this electrical discharge from hell that you can't even believe that you're watching happen. And then all of a sudden shit gets ripped away and your roof is gone, and you're standing there going, what just happened? And that's happening all over the world.
Right. Just one
Yeah.
day, out of the blue, it just happens. I know.
And if you're
I
not
better
in the
get
know,
household insurance.
if you don't know that close pass asteroids are occurring, you'll just think it's a storm. Or depending on if you can even, when it nails you, if you can even see what's causing it above you because of the wind and the change in the storm pattern and everything else, and the bubbling or whatever, or dust or debris, or or a small tornado, or a small rolling wave cyclone, or bomb cyclone, or whatever they want to call it. In a lot of cases, the people that are completely wiped out by it never even saw up above them what happened, and only side shots or regionally comparative photographing will show you the storm that went through. I remember in 2019 in Florida, all the way through Alabama and Louisiana coast, we had a whole series of sightings of close pass nepacity coming across the United States. And we documented that film series because we must have had 20, 30 people send in literally the same shots.
Right. All right. I'm downloading a clip I was going to share from earlier this year. Just seeing those electrical pictures reminded me of something. So it's almost done. So, something's falling off the wall. All right.
Are you having ghost day?
Am I having ghosts? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh man, every now and then. I mean, I do, yeah. Sometimes I do see things more. I'm seeing things more out of the corner of my eye, or
Well, that's when
hearing
stuff is happening.
things. Hearing things behind me, like steps.
Well, we did have that conversation where it's entirely possible that the ghosts in your house were watching, and they went, "Hey, maybe we can get a cameo." Watch, just have people watch the background while they're watching you. See what happens.
Something just went bump here too.
Yeah.
Hi, ghost.
Okay.
How are you? Yeah. Welcome. You can do cameos, but you're not allowed to be rude.
Okay. So it looks like Facebook quit. I don't know. Just on one channel. I don't know. One channel has been interrupted on Facebook. We have two right now. We have one on Nibiru followers 1 and Nibiru followers 2. So I don't know what happened. I got a message saying that the connection with that one.
Well, we
site,
can always repost the saved copy.
Yeah, the link. They'll find us. So okay, well that happened. And let me get that video. It should be done now.
So how many people are watching just now?
Let's see. I had to drop TikTok because the echo, they complained of the echo. So that until I get what's called a stream key, I'll just have to wait until I get that. And to get a stream key, I have to go live 12 hours over the next month. And by then, after that, I should be able to get permission to add them, and they'll be in the comment section with everybody else. So I'll be able to add TikTok as well. Anyway, right now we have 28, and most are on YouTube. That's where most of our viewers actually come from, is YouTube.
Yeah, that's where I watch my stuff through it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, me
Karina
too.
is asking. I talked about crafts recharging. Yeah, we have seen numerous sightings of the side orb on the Texas Cube and the side orb on the long box be struck by lightning and then handed over a straight electrical shaft right to the cube. So we've seen evidence of them using that as their like major power source. I'm sure that they're running on batteries of some sort or natural celestial um, uh, power harmonic resonance patterns or whatever. But yeah, I believe that they get a great deal of their power from direct electrical discharging. Because we've seen it happen over and over again.
Yeah. I think the electrical videos that I make are some of my favorites.
Ooh, look at that. Wowzer.
Yeah.
And that, of course, is a lightning rod on top of those buildings on purpose.
Yeah, so I
So
can
that they
save
don't
energy.
get struck and then damaged, because that lightning rod will send that all the way down a cable down through the building to the ground. Yeah, this is that storm in Saudi Arabia I was talking about where people are just flying down the street because the wind speed came out of nowhere. And these people aren't even able to make it home. They're getting blown down the street with 60 and 80 mile an hour winds. And this was an onset
Wild.
storm that nobody was prepared for. See that poor man?
Oh,
Yeah. And
that's intense.
there is
You can
other
tell it just
videos
came
now.
out of-
Keep a
Right,
watch
you can
on the
tell.
sky. Keep a watch on. There might be one where they show the storm first coming in, and it may not have been on this video, but I did post this actual video.
Yeah.
And there's
Yo, look at that.
that's reaching up to something. That's
Look at that.
yeah.
Mhm.
There's a lot going on here, and there's a
Right.
freak storm that blew in. So I don't. It wasn't this video, but there was another one posted nearby on YouTube, where they showed the onset of the storm, and it literally looked like Nepenthe onset. Base cloud, everything, and the storm just got there,
Okay.
nailed them, and then boom, that happened. So, and I did watch it, and I posted a whole bunch of them down. Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, and then Skywatcher Anonymous. So, and I'm usually, most of the time, I will also post it Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Just about everything I post everywhere else.
Right. That's how I am too. I try to not like duplicate it too much, but
Yeah.
I try to cover everybody.
And I use Montana Skywatcher 1 a lot of times for videos I want to hold and save a copy of. And I don't necessarily always post that everywhere, but
I want to put that one in Northern Skies. That's cool.
And I send stuff there all the time too.
Let's see. I was looking to see if there's anything else I had prepared that I haven't
Look how the
shared.
sky looks like it's on fire in that golden instant. Can you go back? You can see the sky is golden. It's like golden, like under Uri. That's intense.
Go back to what?
No, you could see the sky look golden at one point.
Yeah.
Golden, like on fire.
That happens a lot. I know, especially when Nepenthe is right above the sun. I noticed that. I mean, probably more than just Nepenthe, but I
just wondered if that golden, that sort of rippling thing that was happening wasn't Uri. I mean, they would be together, wouldn't they? Uri and Nepenthe.
And
Not
usually,
necessarily, no.
Oh,
yeah.
But whenever,
well,
I don't know.
They're in the out view, depending.
It just
depending on the time of
depends.
day.
Sometimes they're not.
Yeah. Nepenthe is closer to the side of Atu because Nepenthe follows Uri and Atu behind them. And it's also much smaller than they are.
Yeah.
So, depending on how
is she under Saru? Is she more under like in a orbity?
No, she's the tail end of a spinning, rotating snake toward the center. on the left-hand side, there's a 2-arm orbit.
Yeah.
And I lay that out all the time in my crop circle planetary tag.
Yeah.
And there's Salamander Asteroid Group. Rebecca's got copies of it. She showed it at the beginning of the show, and I think that's what, even though the Earth is a poor drawing, it's actually one of the good drawings. I like it a lot.
Which one?
It doesn't, although the one you started the show out with, the orbit model of my drawing.
Okay, right.
And that's the one where the Earth isn't a perfect circle, and I didn't
Yeah.
reach around what I was drawing very well. I think I
I'll
used
try
a
to get it
spice
again.
jar or something, and I made a quick poor drawing, but it was actually, I like it because it's a good drawing.
Let's
It's
see. I
not
think this
perfect,
is it. Here it is.
Yeah, where I missed on the Earth with a little circle there.
Well, maybe it's not perfectly round. Maybe that's totally accurate.
Now,
Maybe.
Atu's moon is drawn that way on purpose,
Uh-huh.
but Earth was not drawn that way on purpose.
Right. It's hard to draw a perfect circle.
Well, it was right in front of me, and I didn't reach around, and I think I used a spice jar or something to draw it with, or a little spice container. And it's always tough trying to figure out what circle I'm going to use, what plate, what bowl, what vitamin bottle, what,
Yeah.
And then you're going to, because it's always changing for sizes, and what peanut butter jar, and, whatever.
So
as long as it's round, sort of.
it seems like.
Yeah, it's mostly round, but I mean, that's one of the flaws I see. But yeah, that's basically the orbit model. And Nepenthe is in the middle and smaller. And they lead from Nepenthe to Atu to Uri to Saru is the connection. And then the center is between Saru and Nibiru. And then the Isatum and Nibiru arm are the other side, and they're coming in from the right while those are going out to the left.
Yeah, so many on the left.
Wow.
Well, that's just currently where we are. At one point in time, Saru was above us and to the left. And then Uri and Atu were over on the right-hand side in our outview, but they were much smaller. So, and progressively over the years, it's all changed. And this is just where
I just love this picture. I love this one where the.
I should have dated these drawings, but God, these were drawn in like 2016, maybe.
Yeah, because those were the things that I saw when I started looking at the skies videos that you'd made.
Yeah. And that, of course, again, that is the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group underneath Uri. And this picture comes from about 2018. And I believe it was in Europe that it was taken. And there again, that's the same thing, looking at it from a slightly different angle. But you can see the very large inset circular asteroids in their groups. And this is, again, the same thing. And you can see all those micro asteroids.
Right. And it's always got that appearance of movement and direction. It's always coming.
And layers, like layers.
Towards the sun. It's like, left of our sun.
This is new, isn't it? Again, that one.
Some of them are fairly new. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that picture is on the left.
One?
Yeah, go back to the other one, because it's got 2 different years. No, the other one. Yeah, there's the 214 one. When we first started seeing Uri and Atu's moon coming in. And here's the one on the right-hand side. It's 2023, and it's the exact same literal pattern again. And we know that the Tan asteroid and all of that is in front and visible far sooner than the rest of what you're seeing, because they're dark bodies. And we're looking at it, of course, from a setting sun scenario. So the asteroid group is far easily more illuminated, rounding the dark shadowing bodies that are big and up there. And when I saw this in this year, when that secondary 2023 picture came out, I just, look at that. And I went all the way back into the 2014 file and found that, because I remembered that picture. So just boom, right spot on, because I remembered it. Because it was huge to me to prove to us that the asteroids were there.
And there's no other explanation, why it would repeat itself like this much. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would the sky and everything be this repetitive, and it's not just these two. This is just
No,
an
no, this is one of
example of how it
thousands.
repeats itself. There's so many,
Yeah, and I just
dozens.
specifically remembered that 2014 picture because it was so important at the time when it helped me discover that the OCG was really object cluster group, not just one or two asteroids, but thousands. And of course, we've got other close-up pictures going back, from Montana Skywatcher 1 days and stuff like that, years and years and years, and we've kept them and they match over and over again. And this is why some of my critics go, oh, you say the same thing and you were warned, and they're all worried about, well, you say you were warned. Well, this is why I'm warning. There's a real good example right there. This
Right.
comes
It's a
over the
valid
top of us.
warning.
And this is in a close pass every end of every 180-day cycle. And this is going over and past us a little bit to our northern side now. So that, the effects are a little different this year. I can't completely tell you, but we're seeing it still. And the rainbow pattern. And yesterday I was seeing all the asteroids, and as I'm driving facing south, and that's these things right here. Those are asteroids by the thousands. And how close they get, I can't tell you, but we know they're there. We know they cause damage. We've watched them in numerous year patterns where they actually have had superstorms, one in San Francisco, one in South Dakota, a couple in Ohio, and all of this. We've seen these wave-like documented storms come in where we've chased them all the way across the United States from one Skywatcher member to another, where we actually live talked over the telephone to say the storm was coming, and they watched it come in all the way from here all the way over to literally Pennsylvania. So we've seen these storms come in that aren't on radar, and then all of a sudden they are, and they weren't in the forecast. So we've watched.
Yeah, they just kind of drop down.
Yeah, and there, boom, you've got half a town that's wiped out, and so we know that a lot of this stuff is occurring, and of course we're not being told, and they're handing us excuse stories like bomb cyclone, and and if you call it a cyclone, you're not actually telling people that it's a northern hemisphere hurricane, and you by calling it a more docile name, you're putting people in danger. And of course, we're in danger, and trying to promote that and let people know about that now, here and now, and not be henny penny in the sky is falling crap at the same time. This is real. There it is. You're looking at the asteroids right now on the picture in front of you, and that's a group of thousands of them, and they're going overhead every day.
Yeah, and NASA sometimes says, "Oh, one's coming, and it looks like this, and it's
one
so and so and so and so far
away."
They're describing known free flow asteroids that are coming around along with Earth orbit. They're not describing anything coming out of the binary orbit. Not a thing. Well, with the exception, they did have to describe the Skull asteroid. Maybe they had so many sightings that they had to hand somebody a cheese sandwich. But I have yet to see very much at all that they have ever described or even tried to remotely explain having to do with the binary other half.
No, I don't ever hear anyone else discussing this or promoting it. I don't hear anybody else even saying it's a possibility.
Well,
just tossing around the idea.
He talks about events, and there have been hundreds of documented events where people, well, we saw this, but then they don't go too connective because they don't have the background information that we have taken a decade, 13, almost 14 years to collect and prove and document again, because that's all we've been doing is documenting everything and gathering all of this information so that we know what the hell we're talking about. And it's been so repetitive. That's the thing. And that's why we know and we continue to know what we're talking about, where other people can't touch this information because they haven't taken the time to do it.
Right. There's a lot that have been compiled over the past almost 10 years now, over 10 years. Wow. So much information has been compiled, though, that we can just go right to it. We can already know, what we're seeing based on all the previous recordings of it, you know.
I'm reading at the bottom here. It says you can predict, only warn. Yeah, you know, and we've seen these patterns enough, especially with the end of the 180-day cycle, where there have been events, and of course they're going off right now. And I warned about it from August on, that here comes these major events, and they've been happening all over the world, and including I'm still looking forward to seeing what that 6.8 earthquake did today, and I'm checking up on other stuff, which I'll look at later. But and how many times have you talked to somebody new, Rebecca, that where they say, "Well, wouldn't we see the effects on Earth by now?"
Oh dear.
Oh God!
Wait.
If I had $1 for every time somebody said that to me, I would not.
They're not seeing the videos of the cars washing down the streets. You know, I guess they're just not aware of it, because if they were, they wouldn't ask that.
Well, I did post the thanks to the person who sent it to me, by the way, as well, the SOTT, SOTT weather for October. I posted that on all of our sites because it's a great view. He puts together a compilation. He or she, I apologize, I don't know who runs it. I shouldn't automatically assume. They put a very good worldwide generated compilation of all the weather per month, including most of the dating. And they do a very good job. And I recommend you monthly watching it. It takes about, the second week of every month to see last month. And that's the only drawback to it, is they do unfortunately come out later, but they're definitely worth checking. SOTT, SOTT weather.
SOTT. Okay.
On YouTube. And I watch it every month. And I even go back through the time logs, because sometimes I like to look up and use them as a cross reference to storms and pictures that I know occurred, because I do that. I do go back in history and try to fill in some periods that, like the San Francisco storm versus what happened right away at the South Dakota storm. There was Canadian storms as well that I have not mentioned in a while. So, and I like to cross reference that way, because sometimes you get pictures and videos and stuff that you did not see that were listed on YouTube, but not categorized yet. And then they get stuck in another file, and then all of a sudden, boom, you've got 5 of them in a row. So, and it's like that Montana video that I sent you, Rebecca. It was from 2021, I believe, but it took us 2 years to get it. So, and then of course proved that one storm that I was seriously watching in absolute disbelief over, where my roof got ripped up here, and we got to watch it go to the north by north, or go to the east by northeast, and watch that thing go away. And it was literally like watching a purple electric storm entity swimming away from me. And it was one of the most phenomenal storms I've ever seen in my life. And then it took 2 years to get a copy of it. And they filmed it literally from middle Montana, just on the other side of the Great Divide, on the other Rockies here. And they followed it literally through half of Montana. And then it went into, I think, South Dakota after that. And it was just unbelievable storm. Never, ever seen a lightning storm like that. And then, of course, was asteroids, a close pass of the 180-day cycle. And, to loop all the way back to the original part of the story, boy, that took a long time to get there. But that's,
I was gonna say, how long ago was that? Like, what year was that?
2021. Remember, I sent you a video of that, and then you
did. I was looking for it. I know I saved it.
You used the last half of it in one of your videos,
right? Yes.
And it was a very, very long video.
Really? I remember.
So there were middle parts where these guys were storm chasing in between, and I do watch storm chasers and stuff too. So, because I've been in a tornado where it close past where. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, would you resend me that if you have it, or
the link I'd have to go look it back up again.
Just whenever, if you find it.
I believe you could just.
That sounds interesting.
Montana.
What is it under?
Montana Superstorm 2021.
Okay.
Montana Superstorm.
There.
I'll find it.
Or you could say Super Lightning Storm 2021 Montana. And you might get a copy of it.
I'd like to work
There's
with
probably
it
quite a
again.
few copies of it or smaller segments thereof because it was an unbelievable storm. And that was the second time my roof got ripped up was when it went by here.
Says the
And
6th of the 9th, 2021.
I didn't quite hear what you said.
No, June 9th, Montana Magical.
Well, all right then. Good.
June the 9th and June the 10th.
I feel like we've covered most of the information that I had put together to share, you know,
That's
all the
fine.
videos and pictures. Is there anything else you wanted to cover, Sam?
I can't really think of anything other than the crop report reminder and everything.
Yeah.
And you know, we're in a period where people have got to realize that we are in major climate change right now, and what they're telling you is why is not exactly why, but it doesn't matter really. It's just far more drastic than people realize, and you need to curb your life and start thinking about that. You know, what would you do? How would you do it? You know, how can you maybe plan ahead for this? And it's impossible. It's a huge subject. It's massive. It's scary, but you should do it calmly and just. We've talked about, you know, trying to get along without water one day, or trying to get out along in your house on a pre-dry run just to see what it's like to live for 12 hours. Even, you know, say to your family, okay, for 12 hours, we're going to find out what it feels like to be without electricity.
Just have to go to South Africa.
Yeah, well, yeah, third world countries. I hate to call South Africa a third world country, but I mean, it was a generality. It was a generality, not an insult. Anyway, think about, you know, and then how you cook things and how you live and what you do and how you do it, because all of a sudden the things that we rely on are suddenly taken away from us, especially in this electronic age where we're all living on electricity right now. And so
it'd be hard.
my warnings are my warnings on purpose for a reason, and I'm not going to sit here and blow my horn other than to say that I am a very highly IQ rated, government rated person. Hopefully you have been around long enough to hear that I'm not full of shit. And what I'm telling you because I am concerned. And this ran through my brain between Tuesday and today again, where, you know, my opinion is that I'm concerned, and we need to definitely prepare for far worse for everyone. And these storms and these floods and these winds and it's all going on. It's all happening right now. And it's just nonstop every day now. So that's what I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to warn people, you know, I mean, that's what it's all about really when you think about it, because there's nothing you can do to stop it. But I always say it, I think it gives peace of mind, just knowing the truth, that you're not going to be just lost in ideas and not sure about what's happening. You'll know what's happening. You'll know exactly, you know, what's causing the storms or the floods or fires or whatever you're seeing.
Will we get any larger warning on a more dire event? I don't know. Are they going to come up with something out of the blue and say, run for your lives? I don't know. Or are they going to not tell us at all and just pray for the best? I don't know. There were plans in place early with the United States, and they knew about this coming. They didn't know about the degree in which it's coming. I'm sure it's exceeded their estimation, and they had things in place they thought would help, but it didn't. It was turned out to be a improper technology. I don't know what they have. They may have more. We may have help from above. I don't know.
Oh, right.
I know that everything we know is now changing, and it's drastically changing.
I wonder, do you think they'll ever have real disclosure about alien life? Like they'll just come out and just say it's here, they are, they're here now. I mean, you know, come out and just tell everybody.
That depends on if we have to share, then there might be once, say for instance, there are far less of us. Then they might introduce the fact that we have company. And because some of that company may actually want to live here now. I don't have all the details. I have supposition and some information. So we all have to start thinking about how we're going to be. You know, I heard somebody that's, I'm not going to quote his name, but I heard a well-known person who's into ET and astrology and astronomy and all of this, a person that's generally well known, talk about in order to plan for what's going on outside here with aliens and the planets and all of this other stuff, we have to first look inside ourselves. We have to look inside of what we're going to do and how we're going to react and how we could do this and how we could do that and how we could plan ahead and hopefully be honest about it. So let's start on the inside and be better people first and then worry about the rest of the shit.
Right. I mean, it starts with you, since you can control your thoughts and emotions, you know.
I hope we can. There's always a stress level and a fear level in the unknown, and we can't let the unknown and the fear lead us. We have to let our intelligence lead us. We have to start within ourselves and be honest with ourselves as well as our flaws. We cannot be flawed toward other people. Right now, there's a lot of that around the world where all of a sudden it's okay, and it's not okay. It never was.
So, but how do you explain, like, does it not seem like there are people around us that, like, well, like, you know, the narcissistic personalities, you know? I mean, does
Yeah,
it
and
feel
they're looking to solve their issues, and they're not concerned about anyone else, and that's the problem. And if we look at our society today, success is money, not
yeah,
intelligence. I mean, it used to be if you were an intellectual and you were a great professor at a university with a tenure or whatever, you had value and you had opinion and you were respected and you could go on lecture tours and actually live a little bit better life because you were, you were being underpaid, but yet you were being respected.
mhm.
And then all of a sudden, in order to have whoever's got the biggest pile of money is all of a sudden successful. Unfortunately, we know most billionaires, we'll start with them alone, are assholes. And how did they get there? By the graves of the people they stepped on to get there. That's
Yeah.
If you're a billionaire, you got there somehow wrong. And if you have billions of dollars, you should be taking care of other people, including the especially poor.
I agree. Right.
I mean,
There's
there's no
no,
damn excuse for having billions of
it's
dollars.
basically a, right. You have to be, you can only be corrupt to get that much money, I would think.
I mean, do you need to live in gold-plated housing and
Gold-plated
fly on
toilets.
helicopters for lunch? I've done that. I've actually flown in a helicopter for lunch. But do you need to? No. Are there other people that, for that same amount of fuel that you just bought, you could feed an entire family for 2 months, 6 months
Right.
for a very poor family. How we value our world around us right now is really sad. We only
Look at
look up
that thing.
we only look up when we want to, and we don't look up when we need to, and we definitely look down on everyone else around us, and that's not cool either. And I think planetary has a great deal. I think everybody's uncomfortable. I don't think anybody wants to be near anybody. I think everybody's grumpy. I try not to be. I'm a pretty happy guy. So,
All right.
and we all got to start, thinking about, because it takes a village to grow a wheat field. You cannot grow enough food by yourself to live. You have to have people. Look at the people in Switzerland and Sweden where they live in these meadow groups where 3 and 4 and 5 houses are local together in a group, and that way they don't freeze their asses off come winter when they want to get down the mountain for an emergency. A village gets together and they take care of each other. And we need to do that again, and that's all gone right now. And because people are so busy, or their job, or their whatever, or their political beliefs.
Super jealous of each other.
Oh, that too. That too. Well, it's hard to keep up with the Joneses, and I long ago quit trying. And when I had money a couple of different times, not a great deal, but enough to say I had a lot. And I usually spent it down to other people one way or another, or other people tried to take it away from me, which also happened. It's not who has the most marbles, it's who has the best marble bag. What you hold your world in is what counts, not the money you have, and not who you stole marbles from or beat in a game. And I took
Right.
your Curie and Thank you for your blue bomber and all of that. No, it's the bag you hold it in. And we have to change how we do things because look at what we're doing. Everything's polluted. There's garbage everywhere. I'm driving through Montana looking at the garbage in the road. And that's not Montana. What happened? Who did this? Who said it was okay?
That's the same here. I mean, I
Lazy.
drive
That's
down
just lazy. Yeah.
well, it's like litter, like I'm just papers and cups and whatever. Like you said, garbage, but litter. And it's
Well, people talk about the restrictions that went on in the 50s and how we were supposed to behave ourselves. And we got dressed up to go to the movie theater in a white shirt and probably a bow tie or a tie. And we dressed admirably to be in public. And then all of a sudden, as of the 90s, if you looked terribly icky, that was cool and bad was good. And now all of a sudden yes, I'm generational. I'm a 70s hippie. And now I'm looking at a world around me that I don't recognize. And it's all of a sudden what's cool on television is rather odd, freaky, and weird to me. And I'm missing what they're trying to sell other than the shock value of what I'm seeing. And I'm not a conservative, but I'm not a mega liberal either. And I'm being shocked by some of the things I see around me at age 62. Yes, I'm of another generation, but I'm a little surprised by what we're doing. I think we're wasting our efforts in a lot of ways. I think we're doing a bunch of wonderful things too. I mean, some of the like a boss videos where these people are doing these phenomenal acrobatic things with their bodies and their lives and their jobs. That's a rare few. And we also have to, and I'm saying be inclusive, but not overly inclusive. The LGBT community, whatever, great, wonderful. Let's all live, let's all share, but let's not go over the, don't jam your culture down other people's throats. And me, it doesn't bother me. I was raised European. We need to stop trying to be pushy and start getting along and maybe tone it down a little bit in one way and boost it up in another, and that's just merely my opinion. But other than that, what we're doing needs to be watched. And I think it all starts with us each. I don't walk out there with my underwear hanging out half my ass as I walk in blue jeans just falling off me. I don't think that's common sense. I don't think it's logical because you're going to trip and fall. But I guess that's sort of like I'm showing you my $38 boxer shorts. I don't get it. But, live and let live. But, we could do things a little bit differently. We could tone down a little bit. I don't know. I'm just 62 years old. So, I mean, that's my opinion.
Right. It's hard to tell. I mean, part of me feels like, there's a sector of younger people that could steer things a new, more positive direction. But then I also see, like you're talking about, the influx of, people like the trash, more trash than ever on the streets. And I feel like that, well, we talked about plastics before, and I feel like that is really the nemesis is plastic.
Yeah, we've got a huge plastic issue, and I think we're going to be spending many lifetimes trying to clean it up if we actually survive it. And young people are living with that same comment, if we actually survive it. I believe that there's hopefully a new group of politically correct people who will actually become part of the political system and vote out some of the good old boys and all of this crazy insanity that's going on. And who the hell hired all these people into positions of power when they're nuts? They're absolutely out of their mind, and they're not there to govern and rewrite laws and help guide the people. They're there for themselves. And these greedy $175,000 a year jobs where they get to stand around in $5,000 suits and talk and yell at each other when they're not doing anything. And the lobbyists are writing all the bills right now. That's wrong. We're not doing government anymore. All of a sudden, we're playing games. We're how we can get on Fox News. Anyway, and I don't even recommend watching Fox at all because it's not news. It's media.
Well, what would you recommend? Like, if you were to recommend a news channel, because I feel like they're changing.
It depends on your political points of view. Now, if you're going to be trying to talk about the truth and the facts, I highly recommend Midas Touch on YouTube. They are now a very, very number one popular group of of ex-attorneys and ex-judges and a whole group of people that are doing miraculous work daily, multiple hourly. These guys are killing themselves at how well they're doing, and they're feeding into the truth and how the judges are working, how the lawyers are working, how the orders are working, and all of this, and the progression of the investigations and everything else like this. And I know that I'm going to piss off a whole bunch of Republicans in this statement, because they don't even want to hear this stuff, because they think it's, pardon the expression, a witch hunt. But excuse me, the whole system cannot be against the individuals and be wrong. The whole system is the system, because the system is the system. And if the system is picking out people that are wrong, it's for a reason. It's not something fake. It's not something created. 8 guys in a room didn't get ready to do this. Whereas on the other side of the story, 20 or 30 people got together and tried to keep power. And I hate to discuss it that way, and I don't want to go into political, but the hearings and the trials and everything are for a reason, because there were crimes, period. And that's, in the grand juries, and that isn't a Biden thing. Biden didn't say do this. Grand juries that are completely separate of there's the 3 branches of government. There's the, executive, the judicial, and the legislative. And the judicial did the grand juries, not the executive branch. The president did not do this. Biden did not do this. I hope to see Biden. Biden is a great president. If you don't believe that, you better relook up your damn facts, because the guy's done more like the Truman era and FDR than anybody in the last 25, 30, 40 years. So you better relook up your information, because you don't know what you're talking about. We are in a good place and we're in a bad place. And we have to let the adults in the room start talking and stop listening to the children. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
That's all you got to say about that, right?
I'm Walter Cronkite. Yeah. I remember Walter Cronkite as a child, and that's the news. And this has been Walter Cronkite.
I know it. I know it. He's a legend.
Yeah, we need some common sense, and this is where, back to the loop of the story where I said, back in the 50s, there was at least a decorum. There was a societal behavior value, and we've kind of forgotten that,
yeah, but that is definitely done, over many decades through all the TV, music, movies. That's just been done. It's been organized to steer everything to where it is now.
Well, I wouldn't call it steer. I think it's been argue. I think it's been argue with. I think it breaks down to people being mad at the system. We're all, well, the hell with the system. I'm going to do it my way. And that is slightly narcissistic. It's also slightly depressive, because there's been a lot of people that have been struggling for their lives, trying to get ahead and even own a home or even buy a car. In Model T and Model A periods of time, you could buy a car for a certain amount of money, but you could buy it and not have it kill you. Right now, you can't even afford a car.
No, I know. It's terrible.
We're living, in these huge payments where most of our money is now going to rent or house payments or taxes or insurance or whatever. And people are not getting by because our economy sucks right now. And everybody's being greedy, especially with corporate policy. And these big, parachutes and millions of dollars to these corporate executives. Meanwhile, the shareholders aren't getting crap. The money's not trickling down. Reaganomics never worked. We have to redo things. We have to come back to reality center.
Right.
We have to start and like here I say about Biden, we have to focus on the unions again, the people, the worker. When a guy goes to work, he should make enough money to actually live off of, living wage. I'm not going to work 80, 60, 40 hours a week and then still can't pay my bills. There's a problem here.
That's a lot of people right now.
And at one point in time, one worker used to be able to go to work and he would support his family, and his wife would stay at home and take care of the children in the house and do the things of the social and the driving. And then, everybody would share certain, and now both people, and you wonder where our society went to. Well, the parents weren't at home to raise the kids, to teach them not to behave like that. because they were running wild or playing video games or hanging out in the street or with babysitters that teach other things or after school programs or whatever. And you know, my parents were highly European, strict. And so I was raised, and I have no criminal record. I've never been in jail for anything, you know, and so I think a lot of that is being around and having, unfortunately, my daughters don't have two parents, but I'm, you know, very strong in my moral value with my children. My children are wonderful. They're absolutely excellent children. And so we have to rethink how we're doing things. We have to be able to go to work and let's remake shit in America again. Let's get the factories going. Let's make something that's a quality product that you buy that you only have to buy once. You know, instead of 5 times before you can actually finish the job, you know, or, you know, something that breaks down in 3 years. Let's go back to making things and being the strongest, most smartest, nicest, kindest people, rather than these people who are fighting for second or third now while the other countries are passing us by. And yet we're still paying for everybody, which is a great deal of what's going on. We're shelling out money all over the world, and yet not to us. And I think a large part of that has been forgotten too. I think the American populace, I think the American person, I think the American public is being shit on by how much money we're handing out to the rest of the world when we need the money to fix our roads and our bridges and our hospitals and our schools. And
so who is responsible for, you know, spending all of our money? Because that's where you need to start.
That nobody's ever looked into the old-fashioned books of how much money we're just hemorrhaging every month to old programs. No one's, you know, a certain former president said, yeah, I'm going to go in there and fix everything. And they never even looked for 5 minutes. And then everybody who had any responsibility in any of the major programs was suddenly ousted, and somebody else was slid in place that wasn't even qualified. And then so nothing got done and everything got manipulated. So we didn't go back and we didn't stop. You know, at one point in time, we were paying millions of dollars every year to store helium and a helium storage supply from the Civil War. And that facility was finally closed, I think, in the 80s and 90s. We are renting and paying for upkeep and maintenance of government buildings all over the world, all over the United States that aren't being used, period. We're hemorrhaging money into the Pentagon, which is disappearing, that they haven't accounted for year after year after year, and no one gets in trouble for that. And so, you know, yes, we need a better government, but we also need to keep this one, and we need to fix it. Somebody needs to do an accounting, and you know, when they find out where all of this money goes, nobody's going to be happy about it.
No,
that's why it doesn't get done.
It's like they protect each other, you know. It's
well, then we've also got the issue about, if we want to add back to the planets, when the 2025 gold repository inventory is complete, there's going to be some issues.
Right. That's what you were saying with other countries. And
you know, depending on how level and informed they are, if they're not included in the information of what's really happening, then and boy, you know, for those of you who are listening and don't know what I'm talking about, snicker, tease. I suggest you look back at some of my older videos, because it's not something I comfortably feel like talking about. And I'm teasing you for a reason, because I want you to do research. I want you to look into this. And
right. But it basically has to do with what, missing gold.
Yeah. Well, and that goes back down, and we could drop a date, and then I'm going to be stepping on something where we're going to end up getting flagged for conspiracy theories and everything else.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to drop those hints that connect the dots. Go back through some of my older videos on Radio Wasteland. Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, once the inventory is complete, there's going to be an unexpected occasion. So, and that's 2 years away, or less than that now, actually, by months.
I was going to say, is there a deadline for that to happen?
I know it's 25. I don't know what month of 2025 that happens. that was the original story, which aired soon after the secondary problem. Once people got used to the fact that that event had occurred, and then they calmed down and started dealing with the surrounding logistics of it. That is what I remember, the story that came out along with it. And it did gather my attention enough that I actually remember it. And because I always sat there and wonder how they were going to explain this one way or another to the smaller countries, unless the smaller countries also know about it. I don't know.
Depends on how many countries were actually privy to it. Like,
yeah, I believe G7 are probably fully aware of what's going on, and there's probably certain treaties and technology trade that's going on as we speak. Who knows? I mean, we know that there's a possibility that there's a catastrophic event coming. They're shielding us from. We know that there's the possibility that if what they've planned for in some of the bases comes to pass, that there will be extreme events around that, and food and water and temperature of the earth and climate change and all of that's all wrapped into that. So we don't know what's happening. I mean, I don't want to become an extremist. I don't want to go too far the wrong direction in there, but we see the possibility of some really scary stuff. And I don't have facts, but then you can go to Edgar Cayce, you can go to Nostradamus, that's in the prophecy department. You can read the Colburn Bible. There's information in there. You can read our Bible if you want. There's some information in there. They do talk about the two sons.
So can you say how you think the missing gold outcome might play out? Like what you think might happen?
Oh, I can't even begin to imagine. Can you imagine what that would do to the markets?
No.
Let alone how pissed off the individual shareholders would become. And we're approaching deeper into this than I want to.
I get it. Okay.
That would be a lot of pissed off people.
Right. Where do you start from there? Just
from a number of different. I mean, any one of 30 different points of view, but they're all going to be mad.
Right.
Loving the show, guys. Mark. Hi, Mark.
Oh, Mark's still with us. Hey, Mark.
Good. Glad you're here.
Because I know it's late where he is. It's like middle of the night. I don't want to get us in trouble
by talking about subjects that could get us in trouble about, and so I tiptoe around that one usually.
1 o'clock.
But, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Gillian approves, agrees.
Yeah. Hi, Mark.
Yeah, I just dread to see, how that plays out, but it's out of our hands.
Well, I
spend too much energy on it.
I'm still. Do you remember? And I know that Gillian remembers this. Do you remember that multi-video slam together of the invasion of the Draconians over Earth? And they were this superhero guy that saved the Earth, and only he could do this. And he was,
Yeah, we've been waiting for that movie to come.
I mean, that's the one. That's the one that would really shock the shit out of me if that occurred. Yeah. And part of me says cool, and part of me says no, and part of me says all right. I mean, and with that scenario, I don't fully believe the Dracos are going to invade. It's one of the possibilities. I doubt it, but I mean, and I wish to God they would have actually made that movie, because I would have watched it. And because boy, I tell you, that would make a very, very good, expensive money-making movie if they went to that into a series, even like Star Wars. The Draco invasion of Earth.
It was like a mishmash of a whole bunch of movies all put together, but it was so cleverly done that you're sitting there thinking, was that like amazing?
Yeah, well, they did a whole bunch of sci-fi compilation segments out of this sci-fi and that sci-fi and that sci-fi, and they slammed them all together in a semi-coherent trailer for the Draco invading the Earth movie. And when that came out, there was so many people freaking out, and I must have had 500 people typing, "Do you think that's really going to happen?" And I was going, No, I don't think the Dracos are going to be that closely involved. They come and go as they please regularly anyway, above and beyond the visitation of Nibiru, by the way, of the Anunnaki. They are a higher faction than the Anunnaki, the Dracos. I'm sure maybe the Anunnaki don't view it that way, but they are a higher faction with different technology. And one of the factions that is currently here, I can hint at that. I know because I can feel them. And that's, of course, reaching into stuff that we're going, well, prove that, Sam. Well, no, excuse me, that I can't prove.
Right.
But I, there's certain part of what I know, and some of it I can't explain to you how. But then we go back to my track record, and anybody can check that if they want to. And this is where my confidence level comes from. This is where my voice comes from, and why people are where we are, because we worked on this. And we're not just talking out our noses. And I found myself again going for another, God knows how long, 20 minutes just talking while we were trying to wrap up.
No, it's good though. I mean, I can relate. I mean, because when you're as
people want to hear
confident
about this part of it, yeah.
Right. But when you're as confident as you are, because you can see it, I mean, I can see it just like you draw it. It's there it is, that is, where you get so confident from.
Yeah, we've done this long enough, and we've talked to thousands and thousands of people around the world. And it's not like we're making this up, because, I can't draw this ahead of time and then have the clouds do that after the fact. And that has been proven time after time after time. And Gillian's sitting right there, when her and I have in the past talked over the phone, and I have seen things in her home that I could not possibly see. Correct?
Yep.
Oh, come on. This is where you can actually vocalize as much. Don't share all the information. Just tell these guys that I can see things. That's I don't want to, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm trying to have you, corroborate the story. Even Lana does that on a regular basis, where she says, yeah, we've talked on the phone, and I can see things. And
well, I mean, when I was coming here and you seen how I had wrapped up my dad, nobody would know that.
That's the exact story I'm talking about. Go ahead and talk about that.
Yep. Dad, this.
Yeah, but he was a little bit differently wrapped at the time, wasn't he?
Yep. Yeah, because when I was coming here, I thought I wasn't sure how I was going to get through customs. So,
right.
still, I mean, you go to Dubai and they're very superstitious folks as well. All these people, like, what am I going to do? I just made it look like a present.
Right. And we were talking on the phone, and after like 3 phone conversations, I kept seeing like a side table next to the door, and I kept seeing the, odds and ends like car keys and, this, that, or the other thing. But I kept seeing this Christmas present. And finally, about the 3rd phone call, I asked her, so what is the deal with the Christmas present that I see right there by the door? And then she explained it to me. And that's something you can't make up. And that's just how it works. You get this sense of things, and this is happening. And it just keeps tapping you on the shoulder, and you just see it. And so I finally turned around and asked her, because it was bothering me over time after time. And so, and this has happened with numerous people over the years. I mean, hundreds. And I'm not trying to drag it out and brag, but the point with it is and credibility, and why everything works the way it does is because of this. This is how it works. And we know things ahead of time, and we've documented it, and here we are.
Right. There's something else. I mean, I remember the first time you did it was when I was with the kids out in my school thing, and you kept saying, what is it with the tomato sauce, with the tomatoes? And I think I know spat out my tomatoes.
Yeah, I was really drastically smelling tomato sauce, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. And a lot of the times that's how it works. I'll get a very strong sense of smell from certain things, and that's one of the startups of the way the information comes in. Or I'll get uncomfortable, or I'll get a vibe for this or a vibe for that, or something, some information that keeps repeatedly hinting to me while I'm sitting here at my desk typing, knowing that there's no can of tomato sauce nearby, and yet I'm smelling like a brand new, I'm smelling tomato sauce. And yeah, that's kind of how
From
it works.
somebody else's.
Spaghetti was my
Yep.
dinner. Spaghetti, my
Yep.
lunch.
And that's kind of how it works. And then every once in a while, I'm so overwhelmed by this really odd sensation I'm getting that I'll stop to ask somebody. And for a good percentage of the time, I'm right. And that over the years, that has taught me that, yes, this is very real. And this is what the far seeing, this is what I was recruited for, and all this other stuff, which we don't want to go into too much detail over. But in the 80s, I was recruited by the government for the far seeing project. And you can look that up because it's declassified. And that's why I can mention it. Otherwise, I wouldn't. And there's just, we've done this, and I've done this, and this is how it works, and this is why it works, and this is part of why we know what we know, and because I can see things. And I'm not trying to brag, but this is how it is.
Yeah, we've been texting that particular day about Imaru, like the suns and how the suns worked, and I just couldn't get my brain around having two suns and something that holds them together.
I'm glad you remember that.
Yeah.
I just clicked over on Facebook, and I have a message from Facebook, and it's talking about, I guess there's a post over on the Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2 that they find. It says, this post goes against our community standards on nudity and sexual activity. We have added restrictions to your account because you didn't follow our standards multiple times. I know we have.
Did you check for flags on that site?
I didn't even know this was an issue. It says if your content goes against community standards, again, your account may be restricted or disabled. You can agree with the decision if you can disagree, I guess. You can disagree with the decision.
I would contest it.
Right.
It's probably because you had my drawings up, and they're probably, remember how many times my drawings have been flagged for nudity?
Yes.
And it's like, what?
I've never gotten a notice like this. This is the first time.
I've gotten dozens of them. Dozens. And every time I
Did you just get a message now? Get a message.
She got flagged on Facebook.
Right.
Oh, wait.
For it.
I feel like, because I was contesting things before with my old account.
But you can agree with them if you want to. I mean, it's
I know. I mean, I was always contesting things, and then one day, you know what happened? My account was gone.
Right. Well, this is also another way for, pardon the expression, and I don't want to jump to conspiracy theories off the bat, but we are messed with. We know there's got to be a level of shadow banning going on when, the stuff, because you and I both used to get thousands of likes down our page. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands. And now I'm getting 13 and 20 and 50. And so,
Right.
And then somebody even said down the stream on Tuesday's show that they hadn't seen my posts in a long time. Well, I'm posting every day. And I have missed recently some days because I've been dealing with the fall. And I finally did get my lawnmower put away, and both lawnmowers, my little one and my riding lawnmower, got put away, and the battery got taken off, and the gas was emptied and waiting for spring. But and now I'm pretty much done with yard work with one minor exception. But anyway, so we post all the time, and we should be getting way higher counts, and we're not, and we don't know what's going on, and that's why we moved to this. And so, of course, now they're messing with you. I
know. They really are.
And,
I don't even know what it was.
It's probably my drawings. My drawings have been flagged for nudity so many times, I can't even tell you anymore. I mean, well over 25 times.
Let me show you. I did see it now. I'll show you real quick.
I got one as well once. It was a hamster wheel. The hamster must have been nude or something.
Let's see.
I one time posted a picture of my children in the background, where Shiloh in a diaper was walking around without a shirt on, and she was 3. And we got flagged for that. And she was way in the background. I didn't even know she was in the picture hardly at all. And I got
What was
flagged
their
for that.
reason?
Oh, nudity. Okay, I had a 3-year-old baby girl with no
Oh,
shirt on.
nudity. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Little baby girl as well.
There was a nipple showing. And I mean, it was just the corner of it, off in the distance, where, from head up or from mid chest up. And when she only had one of them showing, and she's a little tiny baby girl in the diaper. And I think I posted that to share it with somebody. Because I don't share pictures of my daughters anymore. Not since other people have started using them.
It was this one. This is what got me in trouble for nudity.
That's because of the big red planet thing in it. Clearly obvious that thing is.
Right. So they took this down only on the number 2.
Well, now you're reposting it again. They're going to flag you again. Better take it down. Better take it down.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to have to be a little more cautious how we do things, I guess.
I guess
we can always work.
Just a drawing.
We can always work around shit. That's possible.
Right. And Facebook user. On TikTok, we have about 41,000, just a shade under 41,000 followers. So,
and in my
that's
Facebook,
wonderful.
Yeah, it's
my
growing.
Facebook group totals, I'm running somewhere around 80,000 right now, and it used to be far higher.
Right. I know. It was strange when that dropped off.
Yeah, well, that was when we went back to private after they publicly just dumped us into the public, and all of a sudden we got a shitload. I remember one time I got 500 friend requests in one day because they'd been holding them back. And so there's numerous obvious shenanigans going on where we're being messed with, and they're using it within the letter of what they can get away with. And then I'm sure that maybe some bot just said, "Oh, that looks like boobs" or something. I don't know, And,
right.
Crazy.
Whatever.
And I know, and what's sad and frustrating is because your whole account can, be jeopardized because of what a robot thinks.
Right.
Basically.
And that's why I say usually to contest it, because then maybe a human will actually look at it and go, the bot's wrong, Let's just hope. But if you'd like to wind it up, we can do that.
Right. Yeah, I guess we could do that. I think we've covered quite a bit today. It's been a really good show.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed it, and I hope everybody keeps listening, and maybe I'll get it stuck in my brain on Saturday again. And it's still early enough.
Sometimes it doesn't feel like Saturday.
I can go cook teriyaki now.
It's time for teriyaki. Yeah, it's 6:25. It's perfect.
When do we get our takeaway, Sam?
Yeah, well, I'll send the Uber or what do they call it?
The Uber chopper.
What is it called?
Food delivery. We don't have food delivery like that. I can't even get a cab out here.
DoorDash.
DoorDash. Yeah, okay, a DoorDash. Yeah, I can't even get a cab out here. It would be $50 to send anything just to Missoula.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a $50 cab ride from here to Missoula, and there's no buses out here or anything. And I've even tried to hitchhike, and it's almost impossible. You literally have to lay in the middle of the highway.
The bus goes right past my front door. It's really wild. It's kind of insane.
I wish we had a bus out here. It would be great, or a train. Anyway, so let's wind it up. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I hope we see you again very soon. We'll keep you informed of what's coming next week. Yeah, we'll have Tuesday night show too.
We'll be back Tuesday night with Jesus.
See you all soon.
So, all right. Well, thank you, Gillian, and thank you, Sam, and thank you, everybody who's been watching us. And I think we covered everything tonight. So it's been a great show, and we will be back Tuesday night. So, bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.